here is big, and it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Live at the Bike, brought to you by the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles, California, the first and only webcast of real-action cash game poker. My name is Bart Hansen, and as always, I am joined by David Tuckman. How are you doing tonight, Dave?
I am very good.
Dave, it's another round of high-stakes, no-limit Texas Hold'em tonight. We're going to be doing a 5-10 game.
Mm-hmm.
The minimum buy-in for this game is $500. There is no maximum buy-in, and Dave, over the last few weeks and few months, we've seen this game chock full of action.
Yeah, this game's going to be great. It's actually, I see from the table we've got a lot of new faces, but some familiar faces, and the game's going to be great.
Well, without further ado, let's get to it.
Let's do that.
Let's go around and introduce the table, as it looks like we're going to come right into a dealer break.
Yeah, well, Brian's coming into the into deal, and seat one there, getting up in the white shirt with the glasses, is Gerard, kind of a young player there. I haven't seen him before. He's probably in for the Legends. Seat two is John Huang. And he's a local professional poker player, actually, and he's also, he does a tournament circuit, and most of you have heard of him, John Huang there. And seat three is Ali. He's a familiar face there. And seat four, we've got Steve. Seat five, we've got Abraham. There he is. And seat six, we got Joe.
Action Joe.
Joe, we saw him last night. He crashed and burned last night, huh?
Yep.
Seat seven, we got Sharif. And seat eight, we've got Walter. And their seat 9 is Darren.
So at least a couple of professional players in there, Walter and John Wong.
Yeah,
and of course Joe plays for a living too, but more of a limit player.
And look at that close-up shot of Darren. Wow. He's a darn good-looking guy, I tell you.
Well, we are going to start right away. Everyone who's not familiar with the show, the only cash game with hole cards, Dave. The only one in the world. As we see everyone's cards here, it looks like seat 4, Steve, has top pair, and it looks like he threw a bet in on the flop. John Wan called him a second pair on the button, and Steve's continued to lead, and John has figured, well, he must have at least a jack if he's going to bet from early position there, and he did. And he takes it down.
I think John took one off there to see if maybe he could catch something.
Or to see maybe if the guy checked to him on the turn. Possibly.
Exactly. Oftentimes if somebody has a weak jack there, especially up front, they'll check the turn, and that gives John an opportunity to possibly take the pot away from him.
Especially, I mean, he's got, not only does he have his, again, we talked about, not only does he have his 5 cards, he's got a spade he could bluff with, he's got an ace, a queen.
Oh, without a doubt, exactly.
A lot of cards he could take the pot away with.
The turn, I think, was a 6, and obviously that was not one of the bluff cards.
Right.
This is a 5-10 game. Yellow chips are $5 chips, purple chips are $25 chips, and the white chips are $100 chips.
Looks like this pot was limped around. Jack 7 deuce.
Almost the same flop as last time.
Yeah, Steve's got king jack, and again, he's got top pair, and he's going to lead out again. This time, seat 5 also has a jack, but he's got a weak kicker. Or, excuse me, Ali does. Ali has made the call. Abraham's got bottom 2 pairs. He chose not to raise the flop. Remember, Steve led.
And look at that, and all 3 players have top pair.
Wow. And Steve's going to bet again here, and you wonder, Abraham's just going to continue to smooth call here with bottom 2 pair?
I'm actually surprised Ali, without a redraw, without any hearts on the board, I'm surprised Ali just smooth called with the button.
And look at this. John Wong's going to have nothing to do with it now. He's out with his jack.
Oh, he's got no redraw.
And look at this. The river is a deuce, and Abraham is filled up there in seat 5. King jack is going to check. And Abraham has got the winning hand. He's bet 350. Look at Ali, Dave. He's going to make the call at least. Maybe even if he has more.
Wow.
Yeah, he's got $5 more. And obviously Abraham makes the call, and 7 deuce is going to take this one down. Right off the bat here. Don't quite know what Ali was thinking there.
Yeah, that's an odd play.
I mean, you can't beat a jack with a higher card kicker than 9, right?
The only thing you can beat is a flush draw, and the problem is there were so many players in the pot. You know, you can't figure they're all bluffing.
Yeah.
Somebody's got to be telling the truth.
Why did Abraham just keep smooth calling there with bottom 2 pair on the flop and on the turn?
Because he knew a 2 was going to come on the river.
Oh, okay.
Of course. How you doing today?
I am super.
Yeah?
After the show last night, I played a little 60-120 EO. Beat the game pretty badly.
EO meaning?
Stud 8 or better in Omaha High Low.
Oh, mixed game. There you go.
Pocket aces here for seat 6. Joe, he's in the big blind, and he's going to raise. Action Joe there. Looking and seeing the cards, doesn't look like anyone really has anything that they can call with here. Joe's going to take it down with aces.
And sometimes that's the way to do it with aces. You know, some people are always upset they don't get any action with their aces. Sometimes you got to realize, you know what? It's not meant to get action sometimes.
You know, Dave,
take down a small pot.
Talking about last night when I played the mixed game, over the last few months, I've realized, you know, why some very, very good poker players play mixed games. And I can possibly see myself, you know, almost turning into a mixed game player later on as I get more experience, because it's difficult. You know, I saw some people move up from the 20-40 8 or better game, move up to this game, and they had no clue in Omaha. I saw some Omaha guys in there that had no clue about stud 8 or better.
Yeah.
And HOE is a game I love because you don't find many people at all that can play those 3 games well.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're completely different games, and obviously poker theory is poker theory. A nice flop there for Abraham with 10s, huh?
Yeah. And he looks like Ali checked there. Abraham bet, and he's going to take it down.
Pretty
Ali's
straightforward.
playing 1,000 behind there.
Bought him for $1,000 there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's rare that you find somebody who's not only has experience in all these different games, but feels comfortable playing all these different games at a high level and at high stakes.
Now, a game that I'll stay away from, which if I want to become a more serious mixed game player, that I need to learn, you know, get a lot more experience at it, is triple draw games. Now, those games are
Deuce to 7.
right.
Most people
BOT,
say,
stuff like that.
right,
but
most
Yu-Gi-Oh!
people say that like a game like Padugi or a game like Deuce to 7, they attribute that game to it's a lot of luck in those games. I mean, you have the basic starting hands, shot,
Right.
you know, and then it's a lot of luck and a lot of bluffing and a lot of reading. And if you're a good poker player and you have a good grasp of poker theory, you can apply that to any game.
Looks like Ali brought this one in for a raise with ace-queen, and he gets called in 3 spots. I think the pot's about, or he's actually got called 4 spots. King 9 queen. The raise was, I believe, 70, so we're looking at a $350 pot right now. All
Steve
clubs.
has flopped a flush here.
Yep. And it looks like that Gerard there led out with pocket 6s into that board from seat 1, Dave. Wow.
Hey, you know what? I don't mind the bet. Let's fire into it if nobody... Wow.
Wow. Steve's going to come over the top all in.
He throws in a little bet and sees where everybody's at, and if nobody has a high club, he might steal it. Now, obviously, he's not going to.
Right, we talk about if no one had maybe a high king, or maybe even in that, you know, you could say even in that case, on that flop, if no one had ace king or king jack.
With the jack of clubs.
Right, without a club, it would very difficult to call.
Extremely difficult, right. I don't mind the play by Steve there.
No,
obviously,
I don't
he
either.
doesn't know that the guy's bluffing, really.
Right.
He's got a small flush.
Some people will play that small flush as a trap on the flop, and they'll take the chance that another club isn't going to come on the turn and smooth call, and
Right.
hope that the guy's betting with top pair with a redraw and then move on the turn. But I don't mind the play there.
I like moving in because if somebody has the ace of clubs, invariably you're going to get a call from them anyway, and they're putting their money out the worst of it.
Right.
110.
Joe's going to raise it up here.
Pocket 7s.
110.
$110 bet. Now, Abraham, right to his right there, has ace-jack suited. Look at that. He's got a muck.
That's a nice muck. Out of position. Joe's got position on him. He doesn't want to play a hand that could possibly be dominated. And when I say dominated, I mean very easily. Joe obviously in that case had 7s, but Joe easily could have had ace-king or ace-queen.
Right.
Or, say, pocket queens.
And Dave, you know, I got to tell you, I really put in an effort, and some of the people here on the floor put in an effort to get down a limit game, because I know we were talking about that. It was just logistically, it's a little difficult when the tournament starts here at 4:15 to be able to get a limit game down, to start the show at 5:55.
Right, no without a
Yeah.
doubt. Obviously, we
Yeah.
like to start the game by 5:30 or so,
Mhm.
and it is difficult.
Seat 1 has pocket aces here in the big blind. And he's going to
Aces
raise.
keep coming in the big blind here.
Ooh, he's going to make only 50 more, Dave. Sometimes I don't quite understand the mini raise out of the blind with aces. It's just...
Oh, 50 might get. I mean, remember, these blinds are only 5'10".
Yeah. Well, actually, he gets it heads up.
Yeah, he only gets one call
Yeah.
there. Last night's game was so crazy.
Oh, look at this. Ali's flop, trip threes.
And I love that flop 5 pocket aces.
And look at this. It goes check, check. I think aces was trying to trap there. If Ali had bet on the flop, he probably would have got all of aces money.
I gotta tell you, I love the flop if you get pocket aces because you put the guy in maybe a king, and you go, well, now if he makes 2 pair, it's no good if he has king queen or king 10.
It's a $100 bet here on the turn, and Ali is raised to 200.
Very strange.
And look at this. I think that Gerard might... Is he going to... No, he's just going to make the call. Oh, yeah, he is going to come over the top, Dave. And look at this. Ali quickly moves all in. And aces is going to make the call. And the river's a deuce, and Ali's going to take it down there with trip threes. And, Dave, that's another thing that we talk about. But no limit is not necessarily about the best starting cards. If you're in position, you can play hands where if someone else has a big hand that they can't get away from, you can really bust them.
Hey, that's
There's
a tough
great-
hand to get away from. I can't
Yeah.
fault Gerard. I mean, well, you and I both know Ollie, and we played with him, and we've seen him in this webcast. But that's tough. Gerard doesn't know him.
Yeah.
You get it heads up. The flop comes out king 3-3. It's very easy to put your opponent on ace king, king queen, hands like that.
And Ali chose to check the flop with the 3-3s. It would have been the same thing because I'm probably aces would have check raised him. I'm sure.
I can't imagine it changing anyway. The check on the flop though kind of smelled from both sides, didn't it?
Yeah.
Raise it.
Well, seat 7's going to raise here. He's got ace king.
Yes, sir. 50 more.
Steve's going to see a flop, it looks like, with pocket
And
fours.
so is Ali. Can't quite see what Ali's got because he's still stacking his chips up there in seat 3. Queen 9-7, couple of spades. Ali's flop got jack 10 of spades, Dave. What a
That's
monster
a monster
flop.
flop.
He's got an open-ended straight draw and a flush draw. And he's going to bet it. And Ali...
Wow.
And I think Sharif was actually... Did Sharif actually bet there, Dave, and Ali called? Ali called. And look at this. It goes check, check on the turn. And the river's a deuce, and Ali didn't get there. But he's going to throw out a bet anyways, though, Dave. And, wow, he's going to take it down on a bluff. He check called the flop. Maybe he was going to check raise the turn.
He might have, yeah. It's always an interesting way to play that hand when you have a big draw out of position. Because if you're up against a big hand like pocket aces, pocket kings, or something like that, you're going to get called. And right now you don't have a hand.
Right.
Obviously, even though he is a favorite over pocket aces in that case.
I was going to say, if the guy doesn't have an overpair with 2 cards to come, he is a favorite.
Yeah. It's funny you talk about mixed games too. It's like I don't know about players at home because today people at home a lot of times play tournaments and play Hold'em, right? And I don't know. When I grew up playing poker in New York, I'll get to that in a second actually.
Everyone's limped in here. 5, 6, 8. Rainbow flop. And Walter's going to come up with a bet here. He's got 9 jack of spades.
Ollie is calling.
Good player.
Wow. Ali's called with the deuce 7. Is he setting a move up here?
Well, he's got the open-ended straight draw and he hit it.
Well, look at that. The turn's a 9. And it goes check, check here, Dave. And the 7 comes on the river.
You had me. Yeah, you
till the 9 came. You had a monster hand.
Unbelievable.
Walt's making fun of him there. You had a monster hand. But anyway, let's get back to...
Chop the pot up.
I don't know about you. I mean, when I was younger, we played mixed games. And I'm hardly old, but at the same time, I grew up in high school, and, we'd sit around and we'd play, like, 5-card draw, or King Little, or, Black Mariah. Baseball, all these different games. And in the course of, like, 5 or 6 hour night where we'd, like, sit around and talk about girls and have pizza and laugh and have a good time, we'd play 12, 15, 20 different games, different types of poker. And that's actually a really good training ground in the sense of poker theory, because you've got to apply that poker theory to each separate game, even if you've never played a game before. And in the same sense, it's mixed games too. Today's most people are just playing Hold'em, and they only know how to play that one game.
Walter raised it to 30 from seat 8. And seat 1 called 5-10 of clubs. John Wong is in there with King Jack suited. Ali's going to play King 10 offsuit. So here we go. $150 pot. Or excuse me, it's a
we can get some fireworks here.
$120 pot.
John's got the nut flush draw.
Ace 4-9.
Walt's
Walter's
got
bet
top
here
pair.
with Ace Queen. And he's bet 125.
And you see John. John doesn't mind playing this hand on the button. He's got position. Let's see how he plays it. This is interesting here. Do you check raise, but then you might... I mean, do you
or
raise
do you
here?
make a smooth call or do you raise?
Right, and that's the question here.
John's the type of player, he might make a smooth call and, if Walter checks to him on the turn, he can bet and take it away if Walter doesn't have an ace. But Walter does have an ace.
But if he raises here, he opens the door for Walt to re-raise him, so...
Looked like just a smooth call there,
Yeah,
Dave.
so I think he thought about all that.
Yeah. The turn is another ace, and that could get John Wong in trouble, because he might not think that Walter has an ace. And I believe... Well, yeah, Walter...
Wow.
Walter has checked here, Dave. He's checked.
I don't understand the play there. Why do you check that, Walter?
And look at this. John Wong's going
Great
to take...
play by John.
John's going to take the free card. Oh, the river's a 10. He didn't get there. Well, I think there's two schools of thought, and Walter's going to throw a bet in here. He's going to bet 300, and John's going to muck.
But now he's earned nothing. John might... If he bets 200 on the turn, John might call because he's got a... he's chasing.
Well, I think that maybe Walter knows, John is so aggressive, he might have been checking to induce a bluff, trying to check raise.
Yeah. There's a reason why John is one of the best tournament players out there right now. He's had a phenomenal 2005. Really a phenomenal year so far. And should actually get him Googled up there so we can get all his stats up there. But it smelled like a trap, because I can't imagine if Walter's got a pocket pair there, another ace comes out there, he thinks that his hand is good also. There just aren't many hands I would think Walter would check into John.
6 players.
6-way action limped around. King, 8, 10, 2 clubs. It's like pocket sixes is in the lead here. Abraham. Turn is a 9.
A couple of straight draws picked up here. John's picked up a straight draw. Actually, wow. Gerard has picked up a straight. He's got 7-jack, and he's picked up a straight.
9 on the turn.
Yeah. He's going to win it. Take it down.
He's going to take it down.
I know you and I are always advocates for playing it pretty fast, not slow playing. And there are times to slow play. But in that case there, with the hand previous, obviously, when Walter has 3 aces, to me, that's not a time to slow play. Not with 2 hearts on the board. Because if you hit a heart there on the river, it's going to be really tough for him to get away from the hand with 3 aces. Especially because he's just induced the bluff. And, I don't know, you're setting yourself up to lose a big pot, possibly.
And we're going to see 7-way action. Queen, 8, jack, 2 hearts. See, 8's got a flush draw. A couple people have queens, and someone's got top and bottom there.
How about Walter's hand there? Wow. He's got a straight with a straight flush draw.
Wow.
Can I ask for a better flop than
And
that?
John Wong is going to be in trouble. Well, he's got top and bottom there, Dave. I believe that
Wow.
Walter is led right out into the pot. And John Wong has raised, and boy, is he in big trouble.
Nice raise there by John. He wants to see where he's at. See if he
Walter
can get
threw
away
a
from it.
$50 bet out there. John Wong raised to 150. And look at this. Walter's going to come back over the top here with the straight, with the flush draw. And he's made it 500 more, Dave.
I like the fast play here. It's one of those things. You know, would he bet the straight?
So the pot now is about $750. It's $500 for John Wong to call.
What's that?
410.
John Wong's asking Walter how much does he have left. And I think Walter only has maybe 500 left.
Now, if you're John here, what can you beat? You know, if Walter's not bluffing here, what can you beat? I mean, a lot of hands Walter could have. He could have queen jack. He could have a set of jacks.
Got our little picture-in-picture going there. Look at those glasses that Walter's wearing. Very intimidating.
Hey, John's got an excess of over $5,000 there. He likes to cover the whole table. I don't think Walter only has probably about $1,500 or so.
He's got 500 in front of him.
Only 500 left after that $500 bet.
So it's a $750 pot, 500 for John Wong to call here.
He's 810 total, including the bet.
Just not many hands that John can beat here. If you think about it, he can only beat basically ace queen and king queen, or a flush draw.
Look at this though. Looks like he's going to make the call. Wow. Well, here we go to the turn. The turn is an ace. And that can't be a good card for John. It's going to probably be able to get him away from the hand. And here we go. Walter's going to move all in.
Well,
here.
that makes one less hand he can beat, because now he can't beat ace queen.
It's a $500 bet here. And look at this. John Wong's going to call. He's going to need to spike a queen or an 8 here. And the river's a deuce, and that gives Walter a flush. And he's going to take it down. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the way that John Wong played that hand, Dave.
And it was one of those things. I think he almost knew it, because he counted it. He goes, you only got $500 left.
Right.
Okay, what the heck? Why not? Sometimes people get married to their own hands. They look at it and they go, I got 2 pair, though. I can't get rid of 2 pair. And you got to start thinking of, well, what could my opponent have? What would my opponent be betting this strongly with? You know, would you think Walter would be making a move like that with king queen? Or queen 10?
Right.
You know, you just wonder. And in the end there, John couldn't even beat queen jack.
I know, Donna.
And Walter's picked up pocket queens this hand, Dave, and he's raised it to 50. And he's going to get called by pocket 6s. So we're heads up. 10, 7, 9. Couple of hearts.
These guys are getting locked up all night. They should get a room. John's picked up a gut shot straight draw here.
2 players.
And there's a $75 bet and a call by John Wong. And here we go to the turn. Turn is a jack. Look at this. Walter's going to bet 500 now.
Well, now Walter's got the open-ended straight draw. The
And
8
John
is obviously no
Wong's
good.
Yes. $5,000 chips.
I actually didn't know that until a second ago.
And I guess, John versus Walter here, heads up. Walter's got the best of him, 3-0.
So you didn't know.
If everyone out there watching wants to follow a live thread, you can go to 2plus2.com, click on forums, click on World Poker Tour and other televised tournaments. And we are started by Buddy in Syracuse, New York every night. The official Live at the Bike thread for 8:13. Dave, we got a chip count up there.
There we go.
Walter's got 8,000? Is that right? I thought he only had 500 left that hand.
Well, we'll have to get it. We'll have to clear that
Yeah,
up and make sure
yeah.
we're right. But it has John here at 7,800, and I know
Yeah.
that's right.
I think Walter might have only had 800.
Started with 800
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah.
Two players.
But now Walter's probably got close to about 2,000.
Right. Ace Queen against Ace Queen. Ace 10-9 on the flop. All hearts.
You check, you bet all in.
Look at this. There's a check and an all-in. Actually, Walter bet 50 and Steve went over the top all-in,
That was a
Dave.
heart, you get called immediately.
And Walter's in a tough spot here with the all-in. He's got
Well,
Ace Queen without a heart.
It's much easier to move all in than
Right.
it is to call that.
I probably had the winner, but kings or something.
And that's not a bad. I mean, obviously in that case it was a tie. That's not a bad flop muck by Walter there, because
Right.
you can only beat Ace Jack. Obviously, you can't beat Ace 10, Ace 9, and you can't beat Ace King.
I lost $50. He was this close.
Dave, I wanted to say hello to one of the contingencies of our Dutch fan base, and there seems to be a lot of them. Santini, who plays on the bike.com, he played tonight in the free roll. Hello out there in Amsterdam or Rotterdam or wherever you are.
Dutchland.
Yeah, Dutchland. There you go. And actually, I hear that Holland is kind of like New Jersey. It's very, very congested.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you could possibly live in other places besides those two places, but those are the only ones that
Come to
I
mind.
can come. The Hague.
Okay.
There we go. One of those three places.
I've never been. I'm hoping to go sometime soon.
I have been. I don't really remember it though.
Oh, were you young?
21.
Oh, okay. So, yeah.
Well,
I wasn't that young that I didn't remember it. I was just I didn't remember it for another reason.
Right.
3 diamonds on board here. 8, 4, 10.
Yeah, Walt's got a
6.
straight. Well, Walt let it check around.
Yeah,
and-
wow, he didn't bet it. And
Didn't
now
bet it.
Ali's picked up the nut flush.
Yeah.
my strike good anymore?
Flop got checked. Walter, I guess he didn't want to bet into 3 diamonds.
Yeah, he was in early position. I guess he was hoping somebody would maybe try to steal or something.
And seat number 1's going to pay him off with the 9 of diamonds, Dave. He had 9-6 off suit.
Wow.
And Ali's going to take it down.
And a little frown there from Gerard in seat 1. Ollie's one of the friendly guys in poker. Really nice guy. A gentleman.
Could have made a lot of money.
And
on
a
the
scholar.
hand If you get stubborn. If you bet the
Scholar.
turn, I'm going to check raise. I turn a straight and you make a flush on the river.
And we can hear what Walter is saying. He said, I was going to check raise on the turn.
Yeah.
Might have been one of those cases where, he made his straight, but he didn't feel like he could bet enough to get a high diamond out.
Right.
And so he's going to hope to check raise and put a lot of money in there. One of those plays there.
Well, Action Joe raised here with King 9 of hearts, and John Wong called with Queen 10 of hearts. Check, check here on the flop. Oh, the turn is a 7. Both players have heart
There's my hand
draws.
right there, 7-5 of hearts. Turned it straight last hand. The turn, yeah.
And John Wong is bet $35 here.
And what do you think of that bet? Does that kind of smell of, I got a draw?
You'd have called me and I'd have lost money. I wanted to check raise you, then you might lay it down. If you get stubborn, you win a lot.
Raise it.
Oh, and Joe's going to
Stubborn play
raise.
is often rewarded and no limit.
We've seen Joe make a lot of moves, Dave, over the last few nights that we've seen him on the show.
The more
Well, this
stubborn
one's got a little
you
better
are,
chance of
the more
working.
money,
Because John doesn't have much.
He's raised to 150, so John's bet 35. Joe is raised to 150.
Yeah, it's small enough you call probably. I would, yeah. Right.
And John's going to fold there. Rabbit Cam shows a Queen of Diamonds.
Nice play there by Joe. Queen of diamonds, huh? Okay. Oh, nice, even better then. Nice, a nice raise there by Joe. He didn't just call with the heart draw. He decided to raise it up and would have lost the pot had he just smooth called.
Dave, the most interesting fast food in Holland, Dave, you could buy these fried spaghetti cakes out of these machines. I don't know if anyone out there in internet land
Fried
can feel-
spaghetti cakes out
That's
of a
how I
machine? Really?
describe it.
Vending
It was-
machine almost?
It's like a fish cake, but it's got spaghetti in it. It's a fried piece of spaghetti with a little tomato sauce, but it's in a cake and it's deep fried.
I'm going
Out
to
of a
interrupt you
vending machine.
just for a second here, only because we got a big hand going on. Abraham's got a set. Ollie's got top pair with a straight draw, and Joe has got a gut shot straight draw with a flush draw.
Yes. he does.
Actually, and a
A
straight
pair.
flush draw.
And a pair.
Right. I mean, Walt's the only one with nothing.
Look at this. Turn is a 9. Now Ali's picked up trip
Wow.
9s.
But Abraham's got
But
a
Abraham's
full
got a
house.
full house. Wow. Here we go.
150.
And Abraham bets. He bets right away, 150.
If there was a poker god, the poker god would put the 8 of diamonds on the river.
Oh, yeah.
What a river that would be, huh? Give Ollie full house. Abraham would still have his full house, and Joe would have a straight flush.
Looks like it's still live from what I can see from the discards. And Joe's going to raise. He's going to raise. Oh, my goodness, is he in trouble. And what does Ali do now?
100 more.
Now, this is all before he even gets to him.
He's raised to 300 more. So a $150 bet and a $300 raise by Joe.
And this is Ollie's really got to think about this one.
Oh, he's going to muck it.
Wow, what a
Open-ended straight
laydown.
draw and trip 9s.
What a laydown.
And now, if you're Abraham, do you just smooth call here with the full house?
See, I don't have position on him here, right? So I'd like to raise it. Because what am I going to do? I'm going to call him and then bet on the river? Big difference when you're out of position.
It looks like he is going to raise here, Dave.
Abraham's got a full house here. Joe has one out. He needs the 8 of diamonds to hit.
And he's raised $1,000. Oh, my God. And Joe's going to make the call.
That's a terrible call.
He's got one out.
That's a terrible call.
One out. And the river's a jack of hearts. And Abraham's moved all in. And maybe we must think that Joe has a 9.
He's
Yeah,
hoping
or
he has a
straight,
9.
or straight.
Well, it's funny. I was going to say Joe killed his action because if Joe didn't do that,
Right.
Ali might have done that.
Right.
But Joe gave him all the action anyway.
So, Dave, the pot now is about $3,200, and whatever left, well, we've seen some big hands right away so far.
I was going to say, I really like Joe. I mean, he's a great guy, good friend of mine. But that's just an awful call. How do you call $1,000 on the turn?
How do you call it? Yeah, how do you call it? That's a good question.
The board is paired.
Yeah.
You've got bottom pair. Got a pair of 6s.
And look at this. He has nothing here, so he's just doing the Hollywood act.
Yeah, he's got 2 pairs. He's got 9s and 6s with a jack kicker.
Yeah.
Just pissed off because he just threw away $1,500.
Well, I think he thought his draw was so big because he had a pair, a flush draw, straight draw.
Well, the time to move would have been on the flop, though.
Right.
Once the turn comes out and the board pairs, you got to go, maybe my flush is no good anymore.
Look at this. He's counting it out.
He's just Hollywood and he can't call.
It looks like it's about $1,200 more. So I think the pot, like I said, it's about $3,500, $1,200 to call. $3,500 to $4,000, I believe.
This is one, he's getting 3-1 on his call,
Yeah.
but what do you think this guy's got? What do you think he's moving all that with a flush draw?
What a hand this is. Called $1,000 on the turn.
Without even thinking about it. And that's sometimes the problem with raising with a draw. It does re-raise it for a big hand.
Look at this. Abraham looks over at his hand.
And Abraham, that's a look, if we can get a close-up on Abraham, that's a look of a player who wants a call.
And he doesn't show the hand. Oh, he did show the hand, actually. He did show the hand. Boy. Yeah, Joe had one of those mental blocks right there on the turn.
Yeah. He just acted a little too quickly.
Look at Ali. Ali quickly folded trip 9s with a gut shot, or with an open-ended straight draw, right?
That's a
Wow.
great
Yeah.
fold. Kind of fold you have to make in this kind of game.
Well, the board was so coordinated, I mean, the funny thing is, Joe got there with diamonds. Abraham's going to push anyways, and does Joe call there?
Of course he does.
I guess he does, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Why do you think he called $1,000?
Yeah.
I don't think he called $1,000 thinking only his 8 of diamonds was good.
How about if he hits the straight?
He might call there too.
Yeah.
Raise it, make it 110.
John Wong's going to come in for a raise here with Queen 4 of clubs.
I mean,
And,
when the board pairs a 9 there, it's even his 2-pair draw gets killed. I
Yeah.
mean, it's just
Two players.
Joe calls with Ace 10 of diamonds. He has the best hand.
not anymore.
Wow, look at this. John Wong's flop top 2 pair. And he's bet 100 into a $200 pot. Almost wanting Joe to make a move here.
Oh, without a doubt. Well,
Yeah.
he sensed that Joe is Joe might be steaming a little bit. He just lost a big pot, and he's hoping that maybe Joe makes a mistake.
No, Joe's
John
gonna let
shakes
it
his
go.
head.
Joe's going to let it go.
Great lay down by Ollie there. Wow. So you're back to spaghetti fish cakes in the vending machine in Holland.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's okay. Much more important than this poker stuff. I like that.
Yeah, they had fried spaghetti, pieces that you buy in a vending machine in Holland.
But and it had a fishy taste to them.
No, I'm just saying that it looks like a fish cake.
Looks like a
you
fish
see what I
cake.
mean? Or like a crab cake, It
Okay.
looks like a deep fried.
But it's more like a deep fried, almost like a potato pancake in a
Exactly.
weird way. Okay, but spaghetti.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey. Maybe one of our fans in Holland can send us one.
Right? Deuce 3-9 here. John Wong's picked up top pair. And he's going to bet.
I got to tell you, I wasn't sure about Abraham's game, but I like his game so far. I really like that raise on the turn. Had he not,
he actually he led on the turn.
right, and then when Joe
then we
raised
re-raised,
him,
right.
he re-raised. And I like the play because had he not re-raised him,
Yeah.
Joe would have called. He would have checked. Maybe Joe bluffs, but Joe might just check it behind
Well,
you.
it was a really big re-raise. Now the problem is he's got the bottom end of the full house. So if he thinks Joe has a 9, obviously his hand is vulnerable. So maybe that's why he re-raised him a lot.
Without a doubt, yeah.
He could have re-raised him the minimum, just to kind of a value raise,
Right.
just extract more money.
I mean, like Ollie, obviously, had he hit an 8 on the river or a 9 on the river,
Right.
it would have been good.
Right.
And if you want to send us that spaghetti fish cake vending machine thing, our address here at the Bicycle Casino, it's the Bicycle Casino at 7301 Eastern Avenue, Bell Gardens, California, and the zip code is 90201. And obviously you can get our address from thebike.com and just mail something to Bart and Dave.
This pot was limped around. Queen 3 jack, couple of spades. Ali's got the nut flush draw. Gerard has a flush draw too. And John Wong has led with top pair here. Queen 8. So if spades come, Gerard's in big trouble.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Looks like Steve might have called there with 310 also, Dave.
Wow. Okay.
So here we go, 4-way action. The turn is a 4.
Ollie's picked up a wheel draw.
And
How do
how
you
does
like it?
John feel about Queen 8 now?
Yeah, all those callers?
Yeah.
Well, you figure one or two of them, one of them's probably on a straight draw, one of them might be on a flush draw. And you wonder if the other guy's got a queen or a jack, maybe. What exactly is a pot now, you think?
Well, it's going to get checked around.
Yeah.
I believe John threw in a $50 bet. And there's the spade on the river.
There's the
We've
action
got 2
card.
flushes.
There's the action
Here
card.
we go.
And if you're John, that's about the worst card you can ever see. Not only is it a spade, but it's a 10.
And Gerard bets here with his flush. He's going to bet, looks like 300. And Ali's going to raise, looks like to 600.
Nice raise there, nice value raise.
And I'm sure Gerard's going to have to call here.
It's a nice value raise.
Not that quick of a call.
I'd be surprised if he got away from this. Let's see. It's only got about $600 more, so.
Now he's going to call. And Ali takes it down.
I tell you, Walter's been, beating John all night, and Ollie has been killing Gerard all night.
Thank you, Ollie. Blinds two pair.
Oh, we've got our local porn star, Rod, is back.
Wow, look at that.
And I just heard word that he is not in the porn business. I do apologize. Actually, in porn business today, I heard that Jill Kelly's porn company, I guess her, film production company, just filed for Chapter 11.
Ah,
Going bankrupt.
who would have known?
Yeah. Well, she's getting a little older. Sharif here in seat 7, he's flopped trips.
And he's bet it right off. He's
Yep.
bet $40.
Nobody else has much of anything here, so he's probably going to take it down, and he does.
And he does.
Yeah, Jill Kelly, I think she's done over like 200 films, I was reading, and Chapter 11, she's gone. It's amazing what you can hear at Live at the Bike here. We give you all sorts of knowledge.
Absolutely.
Spaghetti, crunchy little Holland things, porn, poker, it's baseball, umpiring,
Yeah.
you name it. No need to go to Google, just come to Live at the Bike.
Of course, this is a live show without commercial break, 4 hours. We do not break, Dave, so got to keep it a little light.
Yeah, exactly.
I know you're a very serious man, though.
I'm extremely serious. And look at here, Gerard here limps in an early position, limps in with King Deuce offsuit. And that's one of those hands, it's like, what do you, especially in early position.
And Joe is raised here with ace queen, but seat 3, Ali, he limped with ace king. And we've got an ace 8 suited in the hand, too. And Ali mucked the ace king.
Wow.
Look at that. I know that's a first. And Joe's going to take it down. Wow. Ace king offsuit, early position, Dave.
I hope nobody gets offended by this, but I'm beginning to think that maybe Ollie's a little schizophrenic. Maybe he has different personalities. The first Ollie we see, he sits down. First hand we see him, he calls down a $500 bet with Jack 8 of hearts.
Right.
Only top pair with an
Right.
8 kicker, okay? Now we see him lay down trip 9s. Now he lays down ace king before the flop.
Makes a nice value raise with an ace high flush.
No, but I just don't understand. Sometimes you see him...
And then remember, he won that hand with trip 3s with the 4-3 offsuit.
right,
against aces.
But I'm saying, the hands he's throwing away and then the hands that he's calling with, it's just kind of odd. I'm like...
It is odd.
To throw away ace king before the flop. Wow. I guess he just doesn't want to get involved. Out of position. And back to Gerard again here. Now he's called with king 10 offsuit under the gun.
Yep.
Just an easily dominated hand.
Flop is ace queen 9, 2 hearts. Couple of ace rags in here, boy. We've got a lot of questionable pre-flop starting hand selection issues.
Well, at least these hands were at least later in position.
Yeah.
Like Joe was in there with ace 5 on the button, or I think in the cutoff seat.
Yeah. And there's a bet here by Steve with the ace 3. Joe's going to make a smooth call. $50 bet and a call.
And that's got to scare Steve there.
Look at this Gerard. He's going to take one off there with the gut shot, Dave. Get the king of hearts in his hand. Turn is a 3 of hearts, so he's
Ooh.
picked up the nut flush
And
draw
Steve's
as well.
picked up 2 pair.
And look at this. Steve checks the aces up, and now Joe fires with ace 5.
Well, the 3 of hearts has got to be a little scary, though, if you're Steve.
And
right?
now Gerard mucks the king 10, and Steve mucks aces up. And Joe's going to take it down with ace 5. What's going on? We got a Twilight Zone table here tonight, Dave.
I can't explain that. You check, you make your 2 pair with ace 3, and you immediately check it, just assuming that Joe must have the flush. Very odd. I thought for sure he was setting up a check raise. Didn't you?
Yes, I did. I thought so.
I don't mind folding it thinking your opponent has the flush draw, but to just check, induce a bluff, then the guy bets it and you easily throw away 2 pair without even thinking about it. Well, that's pretty passive poker. Abraham's picked up pocket 9s here.
PPP, right, as opposed to PPT. Pretty passive poker. We've seen that a lot in this show.
Bam! Look at that. Abraham is on fire tonight. Flops a set of 9s.
Set of 9s.
But nobody's got any. Gerard's in there with 8-3.
8-3. And it gets checked. It turns a 6 of spades. And now Abraham throws $20 in here. And he takes it
Abraham's
down.
just hoping. Come on, have something there. Have something there. Abraham's probably our big winner right now, isn't he?
Most likely. I mean, he won, 1,500 to 2,000 alone from Joe in
Right.
that hand.
Walter had a couple of big pots, and Ollie's obviously done pretty well. 2,000 there. Yeah, he's got 15. I'd say close to $4,200 now. Abraham's
Wow.
got. Not a bad night work, huh?
Lots of whites, which are $100 chips, of course. Well, this time, Gerard going to limp in with Jack 10 off suit.
Yeah, well, he's in the small blind here.
150 more.
And
John raised out of the big blind.
Yep. John Wong's going to raise. We haven't seen what he's had in his hand yet, but he's raised to 150 and he's going to take it down.
John doesn't necessarily need a real hand to make that
he's
player now.
Very, very aggressive player.
And if he senses some weakness among the table and he thinks he can take it down, he'll take down an easy $60, $70 there.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about in poker, if you can make $60 or $70 in an hour, that's a pretty good hourly rate, right?
Yeah.
And there's a 60 right there, without even any problem. Today's Legends of Poker tournament is Limit Hold'em. Started at $4.15. It was a $500 buy-in tournament. We'll get you some interesting specifics about it when we get them. Tomorrow's tournament, starting at $4.15 also, is a $100,000 guarantee tournament, which is a no-limit hold'em event for a $200 buy-in.
Of course, that
multi-rebuys.
tournament is multi-rebuys.
Yeah, and that starts at $4.15 also, and that should be a big, big turnout. I'm actually tempted to play in that tournament myself tomorrow night. See how it goes. See if I get a chance to or not.
So Abraham's played a pretty solid game there in Seat 5. We haven't heard much from Walter recently. This pot looks like it's going to get folded around to the blinds, and John Wong's going to raise, and Ali says, "You don't chop." And actually, Abraham had limped in early position with the ace-10 offsuit. I'm not a huge fan of that play.
Well, he'll probably get rid of it now. No?
Oh, wow.
He's going to take one off here. Well, maybe he senses that John is a little aggressive.
Yeah. Well, he does have position on John.
He does, exactly.
And he actually does have the better hand, so we'll see what happens here. Deuce 8-7. John Wong's going to check. Abraham checks right behind him. Turns a 10. That gives Abraham top pair.
Strange.
And look at this. John's going to bet. Oh, excuse me. John checks and Abraham bets 75, and Abraham's going to take it down.
Hey, if John's going to raise and then check and check, why not?
I was thinking that John would throw a bet there on the turn. He's got a gut shot straight draw over cards.
I'm surprised John didn't bet the flop, to be honest with you. You know, if you're going to raise and make a pot of $100, why not throw a $50 bet in there and see if you can take it right there, especially heads up. And close-up of Walter there on the left.
Looks like John Wong's girlfriend or wife has moved to the upper right-hand portion of the screen.
There she is.
As opposed to right behind him. Gerard's going to bring this one in for 40 from the cutoff with ace-10 offsuit. Button's going to call a 6-8 suited. Abraham's in there with the queen-7 from the blind. Here we go, three ways. Jack-10 deuce, rainbow.
Abraham's really loosening up his game here a little, huh?
And Gerard's going to move all in with what looks like maybe only 100 plus left with ace-10. He's going to take it down.
Takes down about $120 pot now. Built to stack up to about 220, I'd say. All right.
Again, I would really rather not be in this game on the short stack, Dave. I just think it takes all of your advantage away.
If you're going to play plays away.
If you're going to take playing an unrestricted buy-in game and you're short chipping yourself, you're at an extreme disadvantage.
Well, the only thing I can think of once in a while is if you want to go in for 500, take one shot and just see if you can, see if you can double up, triple up real quick, and then play some poker. But obviously, it takes a large part of the game out of your hands.
Gerard's going to make it.
I'm surprised that John is calling.
I was going to say,
kind of drawing hands against the guy who only has $200.
Yeah, Gerard's raised with ace-7 suited, and John's called with the 4-5 of clubs. Now, obviously, you can understand that call if he's deep, but he isn't. But anyways, we're going to see a flop, $160 pot, 6-8-4.
6-8-4.
And Wong's got the best hand here with 4-5, it looks like.
Yeah, Gerard's picked up a gut shot, and John's got a pair with a gut shot.
And look at this. Gerard's going to move all in. Well, if he keeps doing this, raising and then moving all in on the flop, he might be able to build his stack up a bit here.
Now, if it's heads up, it's an easy call for John,
Yeah.
I think.
Right.
But he's got two players behind him, and that's what he's worried about.
It's a $200 all in, but look at this. John's going to make the call anyways, Dave. He's not worried about those people behind him.
Yeah.
And he is going to get heads up.
And Gerard needs a 5 or an ace or running spades.
Yeah, John's in pretty good shape here. Walter had pocket deuces. He lets him go. Turn is a 6. River's a 10.
Wow, and that's going to win it also for Gerard.
Wow, look at that.
I'm sorry.
No.
I
It
thought
doesn't
an
double
eight.
pair the board, no. Dave, you got me all excited.
I got
there
all
for a second.
excited. For some reason, I saw two pair on the board there.
No. Yep. Yeah, that was one of the other. That was one of the other outs. He could have hit a 5 and ace running spades, or some sort of running pair combination that wasn't
Right, a
a
6 and then obviously an 8, not
Yeah.
a 10. For some reason, I thought it was 10-6-4, I guess, and 10 I thought paired it. Like we say, it's live. We're unedited, unscripted, and we see it like you do.
I was going to call him. Yeah. I said I
Dave, you know that I was looking over the logs for the last. We've been doing this show, I believe, since early February. So it's been a little under 7 months. We're almost there at 1,000 hours of live poker.
Wow.
Absolutely incredible.
You might have actually had a big hand.
Are you still enjoying yourself, Bart?
Make it 40.
Always.
Yeah?
Always.
I tell you, I've actually enjoyed it, and I'm learning a lot, I must say. Watching good players, watching bad players.
1,000.
Gerard is in for 1,000 behind. He's got pocket queens, and I believe that he just limped in there with queens.
Wow.
He's got pocket queens. And I don't think he raised in late position. Look at this. He flops a set of queens. Gerard's got top set. He's got about $50. 6 queen 9 on the flop.
Walt's got a gut shot.
No.
Gerard takes it down. What's always interesting to me is if you have $200 left, and in that case, Gerard was like, obviously, is raising and then moving all in, raising and moving all in. It was almost like he was basically giving away this last 200. Now, if you have an intention to rebuy into the same game, why not just rebuy in for the 800, make
Right,
it
that's what I
1,000?
was saying
Why
before.
throw away $200?
Right. Doesn't make any sense.
If you want to throw away $200, I gave you the address here. Here, where is it again? Once again, that's Dave and Bart at the Bicycle Casino. We do appreciate it.
No, this pot's limped around. Queen Jack 7. Seat 9's got top pair. And that's Rod. That's not the same Rod, Dave, as last night.
It's not, okay.
Yeah. Oh, now he's made queens up. It's the third club on board, and John Wong's made a flush in seat 2.
I got to tell you, that's a pretty scary board, even with two pair.
And
7,
Rod is
8,
gonna
Jack,
bet.
Queen.
Yeah, Rod's
three
going to bet
clubs.
55, and I'm sure John Wong's going to race.
155.
He's made it 155, so he's raised 100.
I'm kind of surprised. John has played it pretty straightforward. Raising when he has the goods. You know.
Look at this. Rod's going to make the call. Wow.
He's got 2 pair.
I love the raise there by John, so if another club comes, at least he extracted some money.
Right.
King comes on the river. King of spades. Rod has checked here.
And how much do you bet here? What, about a $300 bet maybe?
The pot's about $400, so let's see how much he bets. 250. And look at this. Rod quickly calls, and John Juan's got him there with that low flush. Small flush.
Nice value bet.
Boy, there isn't a lot that you can beat there, especially when that king comes on the river, Dave. If you got queen 8.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Obviously 9-10 would be a straight. And almost any 2 pair is higher than your 2 pair.
Right.
But once again, a lot of people that just are new to this game, they get kind of fixated on their own hand rather than thinking of what my opponent might have.
Uh-huh. Ace Queen suited here for Action Joe in seat 6. And he chose just to limp there, Dave.
Yeah.
He's picked up top pair, Queen Deuce 4. Then seat 3's got Queen Jack. And Ali's going to lead there with the Queen Jack.
Well, one thing, Joe bluffs so much that if he raises here, he might get action.
I think it's a $50 bet there.
And Joe just smooth calls, I think, right?
Yep, Joe smooth called. And we are heads up, Queen Jack
It's an
against
odd
Ace
smooth
Queen.
call, isn't it?
Turn is a 5.
Did Rod fold?
Yeah, we're heads
Oh,
up.
Rod did fold. That would have been a straight for Rod.
And now Ali has checked, and Joe has bet 200. And look at this, Ali folds. Yeah, Rod would have made the straight there. Well, of course, that's what you're worried about if you've got something like Ace Queen. You want to drive that gut shot out of there, right, Dave? It's almost similar to limit with a small bet like that.
Well, plus there's clubs out there
Yeah,
also.
yeah.
That's why I was surprised that Joe didn't raise on the flop.
Yeah. Surprised he didn't raise pre-flop when before, maybe about 15 minutes ago, we saw him raise and take down pretty big pot pre-flop with Ace Queen, and Ali had laid down Ace King.
Yeah, without a doubt. Well, Joe's image, too, because he's betting and he's aggressive and he's raising, he might get action on that with kind of top pair.
You're on one of them. You're on the 2011. 1511. The other one, 500 pot limit, John Fan.
Got an $85 raise here. I believe it's by seat 1. Oh, seat 8. No, seat 9 there. Seat
Yeah, actually,
9.
Rod.
8-9 of clubs against pocket 8s.
Wow, Gerard's got flush draw here.
Yep.
He's got a bet right into him.
Yep. He bets immediately. And Rod quickly mugs.
Heads up, it's not a bad bet there.
I think Levy's got left.
You know, you figure your opponent is either going to really like the king-queen on the flop or really hate it. And obviously, if he's got a pair, in that case, obviously, he hated the king-queen.
After Lake Tahoe, I had
I like that play much better than checking and calling.
two like the big ones at Bellagio, and then. I'm saying just for the year.
Well, he got the 8s to throw it away.
Reno main event. Mirage main event, I was 11. It's tough, but you know.
Not a whole lot here, Dave.
I saw like on the list.
It's limped around.
By five, you know?
3, 4, 10.
Series game, it was someone on the table every day. They had like 4 people.
Gets checked to Rod. He's going to bet with a wheel draw, and it looks like he's going to take it down.
Power of position.
So you've never been to Holland. Have you been to Europe proper besides England, Dave?
Actually,
I
I've
know.
never been to Europe proper. I've only been to England, and I've been to England like 6 times or something ridiculous like that, 6 or 7 times.
Had those fish and chips at chip shops.
I've yes. Actually, I've been to England like 3 times this year. And if any of you at home who don't know why, my wife is actually British.
Well, not really, right?
Well, her family is British. She was actually born in Santa Barbara. But both her parents are actually were born in England.
Joe is limped in here with pocket queens, and he's not going to be able to re-raise here, so we're going to see 4-way action. And look at this.
No need to
Limping with
re-raise.
queens and flop top set.
Now let's see if Gerard can get away from top
Gerard's
pair.
got top pair. And Joe checked it, and Gerard's bet in position with queen 6. Why not?
Well, I would do it too.
Yeah.
Why not?
I didn't go last.
Nobody else has much of anything here.
So let's see how Joe... Look at Joe. He's shaking his head over there in seat 6. Making look like he's going to muck.
Nice acting job.
Thebike.com or the bicycle casino.
Is he going to make a smooth call here? Yeah, he is.
Very predictable.
Turns a 7.
Unless Gerard hits a 6 here, I can't imagine him getting much more money out of him, can he? Oh, maybe.
Oh,
he
look,
can.
he's going to throw up another bet again in. $200 bet. So Joe's been playing top set slow.
And Gerard is drawing dead.
And Joe's going to raise.
Yeah, Gerard was actually drawing dead on the flop.
How often they have them? How often do they have them? Every day.
And Gerard he got stung before when he had a smaller flush than Ollie. And that was a tough laydown, but this is a pretty easy laydown. What can he beat here?
We've seen him play a little bit questionable tonight. Oh, wow. He made the call. Oh, boy.
How much do you bet if you're Joe on the river there? What, 300 maybe?
The river's a jack.
Now you're just hoping that he has a jack. The funny thing, if you're Gerard, now you can't beat anything. Because if Joe was betting with a jack, you can't beat that anymore. You can beat nothing.
Dave, I think the pot's about 600 or 700. So here we go.
Gerard can only beat King 10.
I think Joe might bet small, like 200.
Yeah, well, the pot. How much is the pot now?
It's about 600.
Yeah, bet half the pot, something like that. That might be good.
Right. And 50 players. At least 50 players.
If you're interested in the rest of my family tree, once again, you can write to me, and I'll send it to you.
Oh, no, actually, looks like he's going to push.
He's hoping.
He's going to push. He's hoping the guy has a jack.
Yeah, exactly. He's hoping he has jack. He's hoping the guy has queen jack.
Yeah, there you go.
Abraham Gray.
Well, Gerard only has probably 700 left in front of him, so basically that's a $700 bet. It's a $1,300 pot, 700 for Gerard to call.
Well,
And Gerard, Gerard
does-
can't beat queen with a higher kicker, Dave, either.
there's nothing. There's no draw out there except for maybe a straight draw.
Yeah, he's
King
gonna let it
10,
go.
10-9. Yeah.
He lets it go.
That's a big bet by Joe there. Kind of looked like he didn't want to get called, but obviously we know he did.
Big blind.
Once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman. I'm here with Bart Hansen.
Michael's Rob.
We're here every Wednesday through Saturday from 6 to 10 p.m. And tonight we are playing a 5-10 no limit game. Unrestricted buy-in. Minimum buy-in is $500.
So do you feel like an Englishman yourself now that you're married to one?
No.
Not
at
married
all.
to an English man, but you know what I mean. Ali has limped in here on the button with ace deuce of clubs. And we see a flop between the blinds and the button.
Now Abraham's got a monster here. He's got a pair of sixes with a 2 kicker.
Turns the king of diamonds. Well, now Ali's going to bet. Why not?
Well, the king's a scare card. Why not? Exactly.
He's going to take it down.
Players cards, please.
And John Wong's, like I said, his girlfriend/wife. I mean, there's nothing like having your girlfriend or wife come in to watch you. But she's always got a smile on her face, too. So,
Yeah, well, he's usually winning.
yeah. Look at that. Look, she's got a grin.
Yeah.
And I think that he shows her his cards, so it's a little bit of, get your own. Yeah.
Yeah, she peeks in there.
Yeah.
And he's wearing a wedding band, so maybe that is his wife.
I would know what one of those looks like. Wedding band, engagement ring, anyways. Limps around. Five, 10, 6 here. A couple
Steve's
of clubs.
felt a monster, and he's on the button here.
Yep, he's got a pair and a flush draw.
But look at John Wong. He's flopped the straight. Oh, no, he's
Oh.
not. I keep seeing these things tonight. And I'm not. I keep seeing what I want to see, I think.
Turn is a 5.
For some reason, I saw 5, 6, 9 out there.
I've kind of stepped back a little bit tonight, let you kind of call some of the cards, and now you see.
That's exactly why I don't do it. Terrible.
Well, Steve didn't get there, but it looks like he still has the best hand.
Yep.
And he does.
I would have chopped his guy.
Very, very difficult to do that, to call the cards on a continuous basis and get everything right. There's
Oh, yeah, I don't worry about getting everything right. I just throw it out there and I let our audience sort it out afterwards.
Dave, I watched the first preseason Patriots game. I think it was a couple of nights ago.
You watched the whole game?
Well, Tom Brady didn't play, and we got to see the third-string quarterback fight it out between Doug Flutie and another gentleman who I don't know the name of, who played with Carson Palmer. Now they were playing against the Bengals. So, very interesting stuff.
First preseason game?
Yeah. Abraham is raised here with Ace-King, and he's going to take it down.
50 cent drop.
There's nothing like seeing the third-string quarterbacks fight it out for their jobs.
Without a doubt.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
No, I just think that preseason football has almost become a kind of a waste now. They talked about it being maybe moving it down to 2 and moving the season up to 18.
Well, the
I
funny
like that.
thing is, right now the rosters are so big, and obviously they have to cut them down.
Yeah.
In a couple of weeks, some of the guys that are on the rosters right now will probably be working at a gas station.
Yeah.
Your local gas station or something.
Or arena football, same difference, right?
Ali's got aces.
Yep. Aces for Ali.
I don't want to commit to that, but I'm going to guess you. I'm looking at him. So.
Now look at this. Gerard, he's got pocket 9s. He raised to 40, and Ali's going to re-raise to 200. Oh, what does that scream, Dave?
Well,
Now, can Gerard get away from the hand now? That's the question.
he only raised it to 80. You know what?
No, he re-raised it to 200.
Oh, 200. Thank you.
And look at this. Gerard moved all in, and Ali called, and Gerard's in big trouble. Here we go.
Yeah, that's a tournament play there.
Yeah, deuce 6-6, 5, needs a 9. River's a deuce. Yeah, that is a tournament play, huh?
Well, yeah, it's not a bad tournament play.
He had maybe 500 or 600 left, and that's gonna do it there for Gerard.
And Ali and Gerard, there's really no reason for them to play. Gerard could have just given them a couple $1,000 and just gone home.
Yep.
God.
Well, see, one is actually going to be back with more chips.
Well, there you go. Good. I'm sure Ollie's happy. And in the sense there, when I say tournament play,
Yeah.
I'm saying, when the antes and the blinds keep rising, obviously, and you have to keep playing and you've got to play more aggressive, moving in with pocket 9s is not necessarily a bad play because your opponent might have ace-king or ace-queen or, he might even have pocket 10s where they can't call you.
But this is a cash game, Dave.
And the cash game, it's just not
Yeah.
usually worth it. Ollie's not making that move with ace-queen. We saw him lay down ace-king before, so it's small raise.
Spot was limped around and got checked around on the flop. The turns of king. Abraham's picked up top pair. He's going to bet out of seat 5.
He's got bottom. He's got
it's up
two pair.
at top and middle. And he's going to take it down.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Abraham to get much action here. If anybody at this table is paying attention, Abraham pretty much bets when he has it and checks when he doesn't have it.
What event is that from?
Dave, we had quite a night last night. We had Barry. This is 10-20 no limit. We had him win upwards of $8,000 and Jesus lose upwards of $10,000.
Yeah, Barry Woods there.
Yeah.
Big winner last night.
That was the best you did this year. That was the most money you won one tournament.
He should start his own, we were talking about poker accessories last night. Start his own line of man purses.
Man purses.
So.
The Barry Wood collection.
First place. 100-some thousand.
Looks like we're just blind against blind here. John Wong does not chop. Ali's picked up top pair here. Check, check. Turns a deuce. And now Ali actually has two pair. Jack deuce.
Oh, they pay higher to first.
Sometimes you watch that and you go, oh, what's the point of that? But some of the biggest pots I've ever won in No Limit Hold'em have been in the small blind, big blind. Where somebody almost took it as like a personal affront that I would try to steal their blinds. So anyway, back to Europe. You know, I've never been to Europe proper, like you were saying. Obviously been to England. I'm looking forward to seeing Europe, though.
One of the great advantages of studying abroad in London was that you could just fly to a different country, 20-minute flight there,
Yeah.
anywhere in continental Europe.
Well, you can do the actually. Can't you do the underground train too?
Well, you can, yeah, that
Paris.
goes to Belgium or Paris. Yeah. Deuce 4, Jack here. Pot was limped around,
Ollie's got top pair.
I just bought it, bro.
and he's going to bet. Look at this, Steve. We've seen him do it a couple times. He's going to make a call with bottom pair there, Dave. He's got Deuce 10, the Doyle Brunson hand. He is in position. Turns an 8. Look at this. Now Ali checks. Boy, Ali really likes to shut down when he gets called on the flop. Rivers is 7, and he just checks it down, and he's going to take it down.
He doesn't want to get involved in big hands with only one pair.
Well, you wonder, though, if you're in position, can you make a move on him on the
Here and
turn?
there the same. But I'm there more.
No,
so
that
like,
card
if I
seemed,
was careful,
a little bit harmless. But
Right. Well, you saw before he had Queen Jack. He flopped the top pair. Joe had Ace Queen. He bet once. Joe called. On the turn, he checked. Joe bet, and he throws it away.
That's second.
And No Limit Hold'em. Sometimes one pair is just one pair. You got to keep keep that in mind.
I'm always there, so it's fine.
Of course, if you want to follow a live thread that's posted on the internet, go to 2plus2.com, click on forums, click on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments. Questions, comments, suggestions.
Vegas changes so much this weekend. Friday night.
John Wong's going to come in for $45. He's got King Queen suited, and Ali has Ace Queen suited. He makes a smooth call on the button. Abraham's going to come in with King 10 suited.
You know why the action is so good in Vegas on the weekends? Because they all come from
They all
LA.
come from LA, exactly. Everyone's
They all take the 7.5-hour drive on Friday and the 8.5-hour ride back.
King 10-4. Oh, wow. Abraham's flopped top 2, and John has got top pair. He's the original raiser in position. And John's bet here. And let's see what Abraham does, Dave. He's got 2 pair.
With hearts out there, that's a vulnerable hand.
And he check raises, it looks like.
And now this is Abraham. Now, John's been watching this game, and I know he has been. You've noticed that Abraham hasn't really gotten out of line. He's pretty much been, betting when he has it, raising when he has it. So you got to think of what kind of hand might this guy have. King 10, a set of 10s, a set of 4s. Would he do it with a flush draw?
I'm trying to figure out how much the raise is there.
Looked like about a $400 raise.
And maybe a $100 bet on the flop.
Right, exactly. And there he's going to call.
Yeah, it was 400 straight, so John put 300 more there. And so we're looking at about an $800 pot now. Turn is a jack. And now John's got an open-ended straight draw as well.
Yeah.
And look, $1,000 bet there.
That's a scary card for Abraham.
Yeah, Abraham checked. John bet 1,000. The pot is now 1,800.
That's a scary
Yeah.
card for Abraham.
John's
He's got to
got
look
an
at it and go, what does this guy have?
Open-ended straight draw.
Well, if he had ace-queen, he got there. Let's say he had like ace-queen of hearts.
Yeah.
No, he got there with that.
And look at this. He's going to make the call. And we're looking at a $2,800 pot now to the river. The river's a deuce. Abraham has the best hand. He's dodged the outs.
And that's the flush card there. That's a scare card also.
Time to make a stop bet there, Dave?
Now they both checked it looked like.
Well, no, Abraham checked.
Oh, okay.
Action's still on Wong. And he checks it too, it looks like, and Abraham's going to take it down with King 10. And Dave, we got another special guest coming into the booth here.
Pretty exciting.
Yeah. Of course, my game, my favorite poker game, expert here, Miami John Cernuto. He's going to come in. So Miami John's going to come into the booth here. He's going to top one of the how you doing, Miami John? Whoop. Here, let's see if we can. How you doing? Are you on break in the tournament right now?
I'm on what they call a permanent break.
You're on a permanent break? Well, of course, you are one of my favorite players because I'm a big 8 or better player, Omaha 8 or better player, and you're one of the best 8 or better players in the world.
Well, I don't know if I'm the best, but I certainly have won my share of tournaments.
Well, yeah, I think we can definitely call you one of the best now. You play in a cash game too, right? You play in a 100, 200, 75, 150 with the third kill.
I played up to 4 and 800 on my 8 or better, and kind of my favorite game are mixed games like 2 and 400 where they have Omaha high-low split.
I was actually telling Dave that I kind of killed last night a 60-120 EO game that we had last night that normally doesn't go here.
Really?
Yeah, stud 8 or better and Omaha. Now, John, I actually interviewed you in Vegas, and boy, that was quite the spectacle at the Rio and at that convention.
Wasn't that a great time for poker, really?
Yeah.
Just awesome. And see, although you were there for the a big get-together with all the different sites.
Absolutely,
yeah.
The Bluff
amazing.
Party, the Doyle's Room Party,
right.
The Bodog Party. It was like we were at Sundance or something, you know what I mean? It was a crazy, it was almost like a movie festival thing. There are all these places just put on
Poker's
these.
getting so sociable now, it's unreal. And then this week I've been so busy, and I'm always a dedicated fan of the bike, and I get here the 1st of August every year for the last 8 years. I've been one of the legends, one of the original legends. But this year, I actually had 10 television shows to do before I could come here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I did 4 for Poker Royale and 4 for a new show called Poker Beat, which is kind of like the Poker News meets Entertainment Tonight, and that's going to be on Fox News.
And you were commentating for these shows?
No, actually.
Or you were playing on them?
No, I was in a panel discussion.
Oh, okay.
Just before a tournament, you're having a few drinks.
Yeah.
And you're on a break, and then you discuss a few hands, and that's what 4 of us did. And then when it was over, we'd rush back to the tournament.
Well,
we did that 6 shows.
Would you mind discussing 1 or 2 hands here with us?
Sure.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Okay.
The other thing I want to ask you during play is one of my co-commentators, Shirley Rosario, she won the big Omaha tournament here a couple of days back. What do you think of her play in tournaments? I know you've seen her play.
She's been a student. Her mentor is Steve Badger, who is my, right behind me in the most number of tournament wins in Omaha to better. I've won 21 Omaha tournaments. I think he's not too far behind me.
Right.
And he's kind of backed out of poker lately. He's got a big internet business, and he's doing real well. But Shirley's done very well with following Steve, and she's got a very good teacher there.
It's unbelievable. Look at this. Ace-King against Ace-7. Looks like Ace-7 had just been check calling here, trying to hit that draw. But look at this. He doesn't even know. Ace-King's going to be good here. Well, sometimes Ace-King is good, right?
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
It beats the heck out of Ace-7, that's for sure. Is this a limit or
This is a 5-10 no-limit game. The minimum for this game is a $500. This is unrestricted maximum buy-in game. Pretty big game. I mean, we see thousands of dollar pots playing. Do you play some no-limit cash games sometimes live?
No, I'm not an expert in no-limit cash. I could go out there and be the sucker.
Yeah.
I mean, I have enough tournament experience to get me through it, but
Well, actually, it's funny. Dave and I, when we mainly play cash games, we actually pick on a lot of tournament players that try to make the transition. We've seen some of the greatest tournament players come on the show, and they're just absolutely have sucked it up playing in the cash games.
Yeah.
Now, we actually saw Kathy Lieber come on the show last week on Saturday, and she did a great job.
I'll tell you why Kathy Lieber can do good, because she can. Well, I don't see her play a lot of live games.
Yeah.
But she does play mostly tournaments. But I think Kathy knows how to make adjustments. And
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
That's what you have to do
Yeah.
to be a good side game and a tournament player. For my whole life, I've financed my tournaments through side games. And
Through the limit 8 or better, usually.
for anything.
For any- yeah.
Mostly 8 or betters, Omaha games, mixed games, stud games. But especially when I travel to a tournament, I'll play these games to get the money to bankroll myself to get into the bigger tournaments.
Yeah,
And I've been
absolutely.
doing that for 20 years.
Well, this is obviously a new concept. I mean, what do you think? It's obviously very, very difficult. We're doing the commentary live, and we see a flop here, 8-10-5, 2 hearts. It looks like seat 1 has an open-ended straight draw. And I believe that he is actually bet here, and no one else is going to has any peat of
It's
it.
a good bet. It's
Yeah.
even a little bit better than a semi-bluff because he's got a lot of outs.
Right.
And it gives him a chance to pick up the pot. It's an excellent bet,
Yeah.
especially if he doesn't. He's pretty sure he's not up against an overpair.
Yeah. Now, the yellow chips in this game are $5 chips. The purples are $25, and the white chips are $100 chips. There's probably a couple people that you might recognize. You got John Wong over there in seat number 2.
Right, I do know John.
And we've got a local player there in seat 8 who I believe plays some tournaments, Walter. I don't know his last name. And I don't know if you've seen some of these other players here, but a lot of these guys are specialized in cash games, but a lot of them play a lot of tournaments too. So it's interesting to see the transition, especially with legends coming around here.
Now, is this
John.
a freeze-out tournament or what?
No, this is a cash game. Strict cash game.
Strictly
It's just
cash.
a 5-10 cash game.
So
5-10
everybody
the
can
limit.
get up whenever they want.
Rebuy. It's like I said, it's the first time a cash game really has been shown with hole cards.
Yeah.
It's a strict cash game. Look at this pot. It's limped around, so it's a $70 pot because the blinds are 5-10. Queen 6-6 here on the board. 2 spades. Ali in seat 3. He has a flush draw. Looks like Walt in seat 8. He has king queen. No one has a 6 here. And
But
Walter-
the flush draw has 2 undercards. If
Yeah.
he makes a stab at it, he might get hurt.
well, actually, it got checked around to Walter in seat 8, and he's going to put in a butt from the button with king queen. And Ali, very, very tight. He check folds the flush draw. Seat 3, he's played tight the entire night, John. And boy, we've actually saw him a couple of hands ago limp fold with ace king. He likes to play a lot of positional hands. Dave and I Dave Tuckman, our co-host, we always talk about this game being, super game of position, especially no limit hold'em. So
Yeah.
being conservative, really
I see
position.
a lot of limping going on here. You got 4 or 5-way action,
Yeah.
so to
It's a very loose passive game, actually.
to fold a flush draw is probably a good idea in that spot
Yeah.
because when someone comes out with a bet 6-handed, they usually have either the 3 6s or the queen.
Ooh, look at this. Pocket kings. If we look over here, John, those are actually the hole card cameras, and I'll walk you through that. But seat number 7 has pocket kings. That's a gentleman there in the blue shirt. He's going to make it 50 to go there in late position.
I thought that was my dental record.
Ooh, and a call on the button there by king queen, and he's badly dominated on the button rod in seat 9.
Now, how much of a bet did he call?
It's a $50 raise. The blinds are 5-10. And Joe's going to come in seat 6 with queen jack off suit. So we have a $150 pot going to the flop. Oh, raggy flop, 6-3-8 rainbow.
All I can say is the king queen and the queen jack got real lucky that they didn't get a piece of that
Right,
flop.
right. And Sharif is actually going to push. Looks like he was on the short stack. He actually pushed in for an additional maybe 200 there, and he's
Yeah.
going to take it down.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd like to make some money on his hand, but sometimes you check
Yeah.
and then that ace pops off and you give somebody a free card and there goes your pot.
You know,
so-
we've actually done about 1,000 hours of live poker, and I've seen maybe about 900 of it. Probably done 90% of the shows. And one of the most common things I see, and David and I talk about it a lot, is the fact that hands like king, queen, and queen jack offsuit don't have a lot of value in a no-limit hold'em cash game to call a raise with. I'd rather call a raise with 4-3 suited, something like that.
Yeah, you're totally correct. I call them sucker hands
Mm-hmm.
because every time you call with a king queen, you don't know if you're going to be paying off ace king
Mm-hmm.
or if you're going to be paying off ace queen. So you don't know what you really got to hit the straight or the top 2 cards
Right,
to
right.
really make a hand. So it's a very dangerous hand. And you're right, you are better off with a 4 or 5 suited in
Right,
that situation because you can't possibly get in trouble.
Yeah.
if you make your hand, nobody can put you on it. That's
Right.
for sure.
Right. Yeah, are you going to be playing in the main event here later on?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a little bit late. Like I said, I had those TV shows to do and had some things to do around the house. And now that I'm not well rested, I'm here to play.
Yeah. Now, you are actually, I was reading an article about how you are also, kind of from the old school of poker where you've been playing for a long time, but you've also embraced the online. You play some Omaha 8 or better online too?
I definitely go both ways. I've done most of the sites. I've tried them all, and I've made profit. And I've found that the swings online are just like the swings in regular poker brick and mortar places. You're very volatile. You go up, you go down. I find it very, very similar, uncannily similar to regular poker.
Well, I think especially with an Omaha 8 or better, where I don't think it's as critical to read players face-to-face as it is, say, in a no-limit hold'em cash game. In terms of limit 8 or better, Omaha 8 or better, I think it's more of a pre-flop selection or just kind of playing the cards. Obviously, you can read people and you can make a lot of moves in that game, but I think to a lesser extent, I love playing that game online, and I think it's more conducive to playing a lot of hands online.
Yeah.
Now, PokerStars is a site that has a big game, right? 75,
They play
150?
75, 150, yeah. I've jumped in there a few times. I've done quite well with it.
Yeah.
I seem to, run into these streaks with that game, too, where, I'll go up 20, 25,000 in no time, then I'll find myself sliding down. So then I'll back off and, cash out and then go try over to Ultimate Bet and play some deuce to 7 triple draw.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Wow.
Another good game.
Look at this. Gerard's got 10-jack suited against John Wong's ace-9. Gerard's going to put in a semi-bluff there at the bottom end of a straight draw, or he's open-ended there, and he's going to take it down.
Yeah.
Well, Miami John, it was a pleasure.
Same
you
here.
stopping by. We've got this board right behind you here, and we've got famous poker players that have signed it. So if you would take the great honor to sign this, we would really, really appreciate it.
It'll be my pleasure.
Okay.
It was nice seeing you again.
Nice to meet you again. Nice to see you
Sorry
again.
I couldn't give you a little more energy, but I got in from Vegas, and I'm a little tired.
Absolutely. Thanks very much for stopping by. Go anywhere. Oh, take the cap off there. There we go. Miami John Cernuto, one of the great poker players. Specializes in Omaha 8 or better. And is quite a hold'em player as well. Mixed game player. Thanks a lot, John. Take it easy. Good luck with the rest of Legends. Oh, that was a great pleasure. Now, Ali here, he's coming back into the game. He's got ace-king suited. And he's going to raise, and he's going to take it down. Oh, that was a great pleasure again to have Miami John in the booth. I think his voice is going in a little bit, and he lives in Vegas, so he just commuted here. I think he used to come here almost daily to play in the big Omaha games that spread across the street. Pot is limped around here. 5, 7, 8, all clubs.
45.
And Sharif has ace-8. He's going to bet $45. And he is going to take it down. And we're getting word that Gerard's going to buy a little more and Rod's going to buy a little more in seat 9. Oh, Gerard's going to come in here for a raise. He's got ace deuce of clubs, suited, classic Omaha hand. John Wong's going to make a call here with 6-4 suited. And we're going to see ace, looks like ace 4 suited in seat 8. Well, Walter, he's thinking about it.
What was that one now? That was a deuce of spades again?
And he's going to make the call. Ace deuce, ace 4, 4-6. And we're going to see a flop. Kind of flop that you'd want to see Miami John in here to commentate. 10-9-5, couple of hearts. Waltz picked up the nut flush draw there in seat 8. Gerard is the original raiser. And it gets checked to John Wong. And look at this. John Wong's going to put in a bet here in position. And Walt is going to check raise here. And Walt takes it down there with the flush draw. Hey, welcome back there, Dave.
Good to be back. How was Miami John?
Oh, it's great. I mean, for me, as an Omaha 8 or better player, it's very, very exciting.
Yeah, he's a phenomenal player.
Absolutely.
In the tournament. He's been tearing the tournament circuit up for a number of years now.
Years and years, yeah. He was losing his voice a little bit, but we got some nice analysis out of him.
Good.
He said he had just come in from Vegas, so he was pretty tired. Pot here is limped around 6 ways. Deuce 9-4. This has really kind of turned into a loose passive table, Dave.
What everybody's hearts on every flop, it seems like.
Yeah. John's got a flush draw. Got checked around. The turn is a 6.
Sharif's picked up a opening the straight draw here also.
And he's going to bet there with the 7-8. Well, John's got a pair and a flush draw now, so he might, well, is he going to, no, he's just going to make a smooth call. Oh, he is going to raise. I was going to say, I wouldn't quite understand the smooth call there, Dave, at that spot, because what is he going to just fold if a heart doesn't come on the river?
Right.
But he's going to raise.
This is one of those things, do you put John on a play here, or do you think maybe he sandbag a set or something like that?
Well, if you're Sharif, though, you don't have anything. I mean, you've just got an open-ended straight draw. And he's going to call, though. And, you know, if his straight comes, it better not be a heart. Wow, the river's a 7. And if John doesn't fire at it, and John gives up, and Sharif's going to back into this pot.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, there's another way for him to win, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, obviously, he didn't know that what was good, but obviously a 7 and 8,
Yeah.
a 5 or a 10 that wasn't a heart would have given the win.
Well, I guess, you know, when John put that raise in, he's got to figure that Sharif is going to call probably another bet there on the river. So he just gave up. Well, we're going to see it limped around here again. Here we go to the flop. Jack 6 Jack.
Once again, Gerard's in there with King Deuce offsuit. I'm just not sure what you want when you go in with a King Deuce.
Rod's going to bet here with a flush draw. Actually, Abraham bet and Rod called. Well, the turn's a 6. And the river's a king. Now, Rod's made his flush, but the board is double paired, Dave. He's going to bet 50. and Abraham's not going to play there. Although, I don't mind the bet there on the river, because maybe you hope that an ace calls. If the guy checked the turn, do you really think that he would have checked the full house?
Yeah, I don't. That's not a bad value bet there.
Yeah. And Abraham's played pretty straight,
Right.
the entire time. So
there was an interesting hand, and actually in Barry Greenstein's book he talks about it. Barry was matched up against Gus Hansen in a really interesting hand where Gus Hansen had flopped the nut straight. Barry turned the nut flush, but the board paired, and the river double paired the board.
Mm-hmm.
Now neither one of them had a full house, but Gus had the straight, and Barry had the flush. And Barry decided to put in a nice little bet in there, hoping that maybe Gus would call with either a straight or an ace high.
Right.
And sure enough, he did.
Rod is raised here with pocket eights. He's not going to get any action.
I mean, can you imagine that? I think the actual hand was Gus had 9-7. The flop came out 6-8-10, right? The turn comes out a 10, and the river comes out an 8. Can you think? I mean, it's just like the worst. And plus the spades as well.
Yeah. No, I don't like that. Seat 4 has raised there to $25.
Early position raised there with pocket sixes.
Well, John Wong's going to call play. John's picked up a lot of suited connectors tonight. He's got 8-6 of diamonds this time. And we've got four-way action. It's an $80 pot to the flop. All spades, 5, 8, 9. Looks like John Wong's flopped the best hand here with second pair.
Yeah, he's got a gut shot straight draw also. Gerard's got an open-ended straight draw here, though. Plus the only spade in the hand in the house.
Yeah, plus the jack of spades. And if it's checked at him, it looks like he's going to bet. He bets 50 into an $80 pot. Well, Wong quickly calls, Dave. I think just by the fact that the bet was so weak.
Yeah, $50. Actually, the pot's about 100, so that really is a weak bet.
Well, the turn's a red deuce. Let's see if Wong makes... No, it goes check, check here, and the river's a deuce. And now if you're John, do you check to induce a bluff? And he did check, but he's going to take it down with the 6-8.
Well, the way Gerard bet there, I mean, obviously we see his cards, but it kind of screamed, "I've got to draw." And can you ask
if you have something like top pair, you're not going to bet weakly into that board, right? You'd like to protect it.
You got to protect it, especially when it gets checked to you.
Right.
Exactly. And can you ask for anything better? When you get three spades out there, you have top pair without a spade. You get two red deuces on the turn and river. Couldn't ask for anything better there.
Set up.
I think they're spreading the Omaha high-low game, Dave, that I'm a big fan of.
Am I going to lose you? You're not going to go out there, are you?
9-7-5, couple of spades. Oh, it's only 20-40 though, Dave. I can hear it in the background.
You're a big spender now.
Well, 20-40 with the half kill is a pretty big game.
I'm sure he's running the 60 game. All you got to do is play a little deuce. Now, ethically speaking, I'm curious what you think about this. This hand doesn't seem overly interesting. Gerard's got an open-ended straight draw. But he's got the ass end of it, though.
Well, the turn's another 7. That gives Abraham trips. And he's checked it, and it looks like Gerard's going to continue to bet. So we would imagine that Abraham's probably going to check raise. $150 bet. Just a call. Wow. The river's a 4. Maybe Abraham thinks he's beat, or he's just playing it conservatively. Like I said, Phil Hellmuth-esque. Because it seemed like Abraham was playing pretty straightforward. I don't necessarily think he was slow playing there. Maybe he just thought that
He just didn't love his hand. I don't know. It's an odd play, without a doubt. Especially with two spades out there.
Now, what were you going to say before that?
I was going to ask you, ethically speaking, now let's say I'm playing in a mixed game, okay?
Yep.
And you jump in there and it's 4 games. Let's say it's, Omaha 8 or better, Stud 8 or better, Hold'em, and Deuce to 7 triple draw.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say I don't want to play Deuce to 7 triple draw.
Right.
Is it okay for me to get up and leave during that section of the game?
Well, the thing
or
is,
the other players at the table get mad at me?
Well, the thing is that if you do that, now obviously Deuce to 7 uses a button, so the other games, when it goes over to Stud where they start anteing, the person who has the button last in a mixed game keeps the button the next round of games. So if you miss the blind in the Deuce to 7 game, well, you're going to have to post dead in the Omaha game.
Right, but theoretically, if you're a terrible Deuce to 7 player, or you have no experience playing it, and you're playing 60-120, or in your case, let's say I'm playing even 100-200 Omaha, where you really like your game, I don't mind posting. If I'm only gonna lose hundreds of dollars playing Deuce to 7, I don't want to play that. I don't care about posting.
Right.
I wonder how the other players would respect that.
I mean, I haven't played a lot of mixed games live where that's really ever come up, but if the table's full, I don't really think anyone cares that much, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, obviously nobody wants that. I mean,
right.
Most good players that I've talked to have said, you've got to learn how to play every game, because if this guy, let's do a quick chip count here. Sorry about that. Abraham on fire tonight. Look at that, 5,000 in chips, and that was before his last win. So he's definitely our big winner tonight, huh?
Absolutely.
And I've talked to some good players about the mixed games, and they say that you've really got to learn how to play a lot of games good, because there's only a certain amount of players that have a lot of money. And if you want to play for these high stakes, well, nobody and everybody knows that your best game is Omaha. Well, nobody's going to just play Omaha
with you.
Only an idiot would, right?
Right.
So they're going to say, okay, well, I'll play Omaha with you, Bart, but then you got to play Deuce to 7 with me.
Right.
And then let's say you want to get Jerry Buss in the game, well, you got to play Hold'em with him.
Right. Although with Jerry Buss in the game, you just
Hold'em, right. Well, he's just a Hold'em player, and like Larry Flint's just a stud player, and they're such providers that the pros don't mind just playing those games with those guys.
Now, we see a limp call to a raise with King Queen. I actually asked Miami John about this hand, King Queen offsuit.
Wow.
About how overvalued it is as John Long flops a flush. Queen, 4-10 ace, all hearts. And he was actually the raiser, and he's betting 100, and he's going to take it down. I was actually asking Miami John, I said, because we saw a couple people call with a limp call raise with Queen Jack offsuit and King Queen offsuit. And he said, I said, wouldn't you rather call a hand with 4-5 or 3-4 suit? And he said, yes.
Yeah. Well, calling a raise, yeah.
Calling a raise. I mean,
I don't mind limping in with King Queen, but I certainly don't want to call a raise, yeah.
Right.
Especially in no limit.
Yeah.
But obviously, I mean, I think occasionally, like I was back to the mixed game, occasionally, obviously, if you want to play tonight, and let's say they had 4 games and there was one game you weren't really comfortable with and you got up, they'd probably be okay with it on, a single-game basis. But if it happened repeatedly, they probably would have less tolerance for you. Especially if you were winning thousands in the Omaha game and then just getting up every time every other game came up. I guess it gives you more impetus to learn other games.
But again, I got to tell you, there was a couple of people there that wanted to play high-limit stud 8 or better, move up from our 20 game. So they started to pop into the 60-120 mix.
Right.
They were providers.
I'm sure they were, yeah. And that's George there. Good friends with George, actually. George is an excellent, excellent player. He's a local real estate developer. And since it doesn't take that much money to develop, that much time to develop real estate, he plays a lot of poker and a lot of poker tournaments.
Doesn't take a lot of time to develop real estate?
Well, not for him. He's good at it.
Probably plays a lot of poker and a lot of golf, right?
A lot of poker and probably a lot of golf. Yeah. George is a really, really nice guy. And an excellent poker player. He's definitely pretty smart about the game.
Well, he's going to have to get smart about showing how to, put the cards over the window. Come on. Come on, smart guy. Figure it out. Get those cards over the window.
65.
Seat 9 is actually raised all in. He had King 10 offsuit, Dave. And
And when you're talking about it, it's interesting when you're talking about mixed games, learning new games and so forth. I honestly think you'd be fine at Deuce to 7 or all those games. You're a good poker player, Bart, and in the sense of poker theory, if you know how to play Omaha, you know how to play Hold'em, and you apply the same principles to any game, tight, aggressive, you're not checking and calling, you're raising.
Well, I had read, I actually didn't get a chance to read the entire chapter of Daniel Negreanu's section, Super System 2, but, I heard it was really good. And maybe, if I read that and study that, it'll at least maybe make me a player where I can sit down and play the game.
Negreanu wrote that section. I didn't know that. Wow, okay.
Yeah.
I actually thought to, I was going to open up a small account on Doyle's Room just so I can get the book.
7-way action limped around. Queen, Jack, King. This is just a lot of garbage. Sharif's got King 7.
Yeah, some hands just don't make any sense.
Yeah.
I mean, King 7. Whoa.
Well, he's on the button. He makes a call. Steve bet there with the Queen 5. Sharif made the call.
I mean, I'm all for playing a lot of hands on the button, but...
Well, Abraham has got a flush draw, and now he's picked up a pair. Check, check, check here, Dave. The river's a 7, and now Sharif's made Kings up.
And you can't even push that hard because people like to play, King Jack and King Queen.
Well, he is going to put a little bet there. He's going to bet 40. And it looks like Steve's going to pay him off there with Queen 5. That's unbelievable. Amazing. I mean, what do people think when they look at that and see the turn those hands?
Yeah, it just... Playing hands like a King 7, Queen 5 suited, I can't imagine you winning a really big pot with those hands.
No.
You might win these little small ones once in a while, but end up trapping yourself. Have you had a chance to read Super System 2?
I mean, I've read some of the sections. Todd Brunson's section on Stud 8 or Better is pretty good. I read Jennifer Harmon's section on Limit Hold'em, and I don't know if I even got to finish the section because she started talking about jamming the pot, and my attitude is the exact opposite in Limit Hold'em. I'm talking about if you've got the goods, you jam the pot, but she's talking about jamming the pot with second pair so that if you hit, you can get paid off. But Limit Hold'em isn't a game of implied odds.
Right.
Definitely
not.
It just kind of turned me off.
Maybe was she possibly referring to in the big games, playing 3,000, 6,000 Limit Hold'em?
I can't be fair because I said I haven't really read the whole section. Maybe some other people there on 2+2 can give me some what they think of the.
Abraham's going to take this down with a pair of 9s.
What they think of those sections, especially the Limit Hold'em section there.
I didn't know I had a 9. I thought I had 10 jacks.
And there was no stud high section.
Really?
I
No
don't think
stud
so.
high?
No.
Well, Chip Reese wrote such a good... Chip Reese had authored
In the first one.
Stud High in
Yeah.
the first one. And he is well renowned as probably one of the best, if not the best, stud high player in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they figured, why mess with it?
Right.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Look at those white chips. One stack of those is $2,000. One stack of the purple is $500, and one stack of the yellow is $100. So right there, you can see that's $4,600. And
He's got the 1,000 chip in there.
yeah,
too.
in the middle of that was a $1,000 chip. And that's Abraham there. Abraham's now looking at almost $6,000 he's got in front of him.
And how much did he start with? 2,000.
Wow, he's tripled up almost.
It's not a bad night.
And you see George here. George hasn't gotten involved in a hand yet. I know his style. He likes to sit down. He likes to really get a grasp of the whole table, get a feel for how each person plays before he starts mixing it up.
Boy, the pot was limped around. Sharif didn't bring that one in for 10s in late position. And Rod bet 20 there with King Deuce. He actually has 2 pair. Boy, and he gets called by Sharif and by John Wong with the ace 4. Gerard is no longer in the hand. I guess John's calling there. He's got a pair, and he's got a pair. He's got an overcard. I guess he could pick up the nut diamond draw on the turn.
Yeah.
I think that again he's making that call on the flop so that if a diamond comes on the turn, he can represent
Exactly.
and really pop it on the turn.
He's got some outs. I mean, he figures
Yeah.
a diamond, maybe an ace, obviously a 4. Sharif's play there is kind of odd. I don't mind limping in with pocket 10s, but it's one of those things. If you're
Yeah.
going to limp in, you don't hit a set, get rid of it. Especially if like a couple of overcards. In that case, just one overcard comes out. That's an odd little thing that Jennifer Hum would say, though, to jam something in hopes of hitting your hand.
And again, I don't know if I'm necessarily,
I'll have to go read it.
if I'm accurately depicting that. It's just what I remember. I just think I was reading it one night when I was very, very tired, and I just kind of lost interest in it. C2 here has raised it to 70. From the button, King 10 suited. Abraham's got him in good shape there with the ace-jack of spades. John's got King 10 of spades. But one of the other hands that was mucked was ace-jack. Queen 9-6. John's got a gut shot to the jack. Abraham checks. John bets. $125 bet.
You go, the power of position there. Not the kind of flop you're looking for when you get ace-jack of spades.
Not really a good flop for King 10, but again, John was in position. So.
Right, exactly. And like you were saying before, Bart, obviously there are nights we're trying to get some of the big games on this table, but oftentimes getting the players here at 5:30 in the afternoon
it's
is
tough.
proves difficult. A lot of the players don't come in. They're playing the tournament. They don't get knocked out till about 8:30, or they just don't come in till about 8 o'clock.
C2 is raised to 65. Pocket aces, John Wong. Wow.
See if Abraham takes one. He does. There you go.
King Jack and pocket eights. Look at this. Queen 5 deuce. Rod's got the king of diamonds in his hand. All diamonds on the flop. John's going to bet 150 here.
That's kind of a feeler out bet. See where I'm at, but it's enough to take it down if he can win it. Let's see.
Well, Abraham mucks the eights, but Rod's going to call here. Turns a 4. At this point, if you're John, you might really push here, Dave.
Well, if you don't put the guy in a flush already, you know, if you're just putting him on maybe king, queen, or something like that with a king of diamonds, then, yeah. Pot's about, what, 500?
Now it is, yeah.
Wow, that's a pretty small bet.
And it looks like he bet 200 into a $500 pot.
So that's 200 to win about 700, huh? He's getting about 3.5 to 1 on his money.
But of course, though, the thing is you're almost only really getting... I mean, there are no implied odds in this equation, Dave, because, number one, well, you got to take into account that if the diamond comes, you don't even know if you're good with the king of diamonds.
River for the camera. Don't worry about it, John. Just for the show.
John thought that the guy was turning over the river. But what I was going to say is if you hit the diamond, you don't even know if your hand's good. You're not chasing the nut flush.
Right, no,
And the other thing, though, too, is that is John Wong the type of player that's going to pay you off when you get there? When you bet on the river, he's going to pay you if he doesn't have a diamond in his hand?
Clearly, obviously,
So-
he's not going to. My only question, though, for you is this, is even without that, by only betting 200, is 3.5 to 1 enough to go for that one card? If you think your king of diamonds is good. If you don't put the guy in the ace.
Well, you've got one chance in about 5, right?
Right, so you've got to hit it. It's not quite getting there.
Yeah, you should get 4 to 1. Just straight odds, you mean? 4 to 1.
Yeah, if there's no implied odds whatsoever.
Right. But again, I think you have to take into the equation, you have to reduce that down because you don't know. If you had the ace of diamonds, you were chasing the sole ace of diamonds, then
Right.
fine.
But the problem is you might be chasing, get there,
Right.
and then lose another $600.
Right. Here we go to the flop. Once again, limped around. 6-9-4, 2 diamonds. Boy, what passive play. Ace-jack on the button didn't raise, Dave. He just kind of limped in there. You know? Very, very passive. The river's a jack. It's a third diamond. See if Steve puts a little value bet in here. He is.
25.
He's bet 25. He's going to take it down.
At this point, he can't get called by anybody. Ollie's had a nice night tonight.
Pocket jacks here for Sharif. Seat 7.
Just in the big blind here. Let's see if he raises it when it gets around to him.
Well, you would think with a few limpers you would, right?
You might. There's,
Or you might
like I
just
said, there's
play-
always two ways to play it, this one, with jacks especially.
No, he's going to raise.
75 more.
He's raised to 75.
Quick call by Rod there with ace-10. Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dave, that's just one of those hands. Mike.
Ace-10 offsuit.
God, that's just horrible.
I mean, he's got position on Sharif,
Yeah.
but, I mean,
Queen 6 jack.
He's picked up a
Sharif's
gut shot.
Hit a set.
what do you do for Sharif here? He picked up their set? Let's see.
Pot's about 180. He's bet 75 into a $180 pot. Very, very weak bet. So it's a $255 pot, 75 to call.
He kind of wants the call,
And he shows it. Shows the pocket jacks.
and Rod's not really interested. Yeah, calling a raise with ace-10 there, you got to know you're going for 3 outs.
Yeah.
Either your ace is good, or you need to hit your kicker, which is in that case the 10. I mean, it's just... And you might not even be that good if the guy has aces. Who knows?
Or ace king, suited ace king.
Yeah, there's just too many hands. That you're definitely dominated with ace-10. Ace-10 is a hand, I mean, I don't even want to take heat in a limit game
No.
out of position.
No. Like I said, one of the biggest I think it's the most overly played hand, especially in limit, Dave. I see people call, 2 bats with ace-10 offsuit cold all the time, and it's just, ugh.
Actually, I was playing last night, and somebody laughed at me because...
Seat 2 is raised. Laughed at you because of the way that you look.
yeah, well,
The way you
somebody
look.
somebody in early position, a player I respected, raised, and I was on the cutoff seat, and I had ace-10 offsuit, and I quickly mucked it without even thinking about it. Sure enough, the flop comes out, and flop came out ace-10, like ace-10-4. And, so I was like, the girl next to me was like, oh, what did you have? And I said ace-10, and she goes, what? She couldn't believe that I would throw that away.
Queen 5-10 here on the flop.
Not a bad flop for John there.
75.
And he's going to bet there the open-ended straight draw.
Well, he's represented some strength.
5.
And Rod's going to check raise with ace-10. Look at that. He's check raised to 200 more. He's got ace-10 offsuit again. Same cards, Dave. as
Well,
last
he's
year.
raising with this one this time.
He's check raised. And John's trying to figure out how much more money he has if he can chase this draw or not. He's going to make the call. So we get about a $500 pot
Well, I say
now.
if an ace comes out, he's going to go broke.
Turn is a jack. Gives John the best hand now.
Yep. That's not the card he wanted, I don't think.
Let's see what Rod does here.
525. All in. Just push one stack.
And I think Rod checked and John moved all in.
I don't understand the play. How do you check raise and
Yeah.
then, and then check the flop, check the turn?
That's exactly what John was trying to figure out, too.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, if he check raises and then he bets, John's got a really tough call
Yeah.
because you can't think his jack is good. He's got to put the guy on a queen.
Yeah.
You might even put him on king queen, and in that case, you're just you're hoping for a split pot. But yeah, so the girl last night, she was just flabbergasted. She goes, "You throw away ace-10 before the flop?" Like it was the best hand in the world. And I started to explain it to her, and I just said, no point.
Actually, I had a situation happen to me a couple weeks ago, Dave, where people thought that I was colluding with someone on the table because there was a raise by a respected player in second position. There were 4 or 5 cold callers, and in the blind I had ace-jack offsuit, and I quickly mucked it because there is absolutely no way that hand can really win unless you've hit 2 pairs or trip jacks. I don't know anywhere.
You got to hit a monster.
Yeah, and people say, well, you're getting 10 or 11 to 1, but what are the chances I'm going to flop 2 pair? It's not 10 or 11 to 1.
Right.
It's 9-4 ace here on the flop, 2 hearts. The turn is a 6.
The ace jack offsuit is not a hand that does well in a
No.
big multi-way pot.
The river's a 3.
Ollie's got it. And once again, Ollie does not want to play a big pan, especially with just 1 pair.
Nope. And actually, when I was first starting to play Limit Hold'em, I used to call any time in the big blind with 2 cards, 10 or above Broadway cards, suited or unsuited.
Right.
One of the biggest mistakes you can make.
Without a doubt.
Wait, I mean, you calling a raise when a couple people have called with Queen 10 offsuit in the big blind.
Oh, without a doubt.
It's
Without a
just-
doubt. I mean, once in a while, Queen.
I mean, do you muck Ace Jack offsuit in the big blind sometimes?
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
Ace jack off in the big blind, I do.
Yeah.
To me, even limit hold'em, even though position's obviously not quite as important,
Right.
but there's a whole bevy of hands that I would not play under the gun, small blind, and
Right.
big blind that I will play in late position. Actually, you came up behind me the other day when I had Queen 10
Right.
in the cutoff seat. And that was because the table was pretty passive and I
Yeah.
wanted to see a flop for cheap. And I was like, okay. But why do I really don't want to put more money in the pot out of position, especially with a hand that could be easily dominated. And I guess Joe left here. George took over for Joe, huh?
Yeah.
Now, Joe is an excellent limit hold'em player, and he's very aggressive. And his aggressive style seems to work in limit hold'em. Unfortunately, it doesn't suit him very well in this game, though. Well, at least it hasn't the last couple nights.
Well, I don't think you can. We've seen that you can't be overly aggressive to the point where it's ridiculous in a cash game, because it is a cash game. Maybe if Joe translated and started playing no limit hold'em tournaments, he could have success.
Right. Well, he keeps bluffing into the nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or close to it, at least.
3-way action here. 8-5 king. This one gets checked around. Turn is a 3. And now Rod's going to fire here with the ace-5, it looks like.
I like the bet here. Well,
150,
that's a big bet.
50.
It's one of those times I like the bet by Rod there. He figures, okay, well, nobody else wanted this pot. I have a pair of 5s. The 3 doesn't look like it could have helped anybody. Why not take a fire? I don't think he needed to quite bet that much. He probably could have got away with betting about $80 or so and still won the pot. And no limit is about, figuring out exactly how much to bet. The least amount of money you can risk and still get the same result.
I am.
Something.
Nice pots limped around here again. 5-way action. Queen, deuce, 9, couple of hearts.
Gerard's
gets-
got the best hand here.
Checked around. Turn is an 8. Now he's hit his set, so I'm sure he's going to put some money in now.
Sharif has hit a set. Wow.
50.
Not a bad bet by Gerard. He's going to find out real quick it's not good, though. Let Sharif get there.
150.
Sharif has raised to 150.
Smells like Jack 10 to me.
Robert Cam shows at 4 clubs. So it is getting back to those English food. Fish and chips, bangers and mash,
Bangers and mash is actually the best. That's the one. You get the Plowmans.
sausage blood.
Plowmans?
Yeah, Plowmans.
See, the fish and
English
chips in
breakfast.
English is actually... I don't like the fish and chips.
Really?
They're amazing.
The French
But-
fries are like big, fat steak fries.
Yeah, exactly.
And actually, the baked beans that they have there, too, it's similar. It's different from, like I say, Boston baked beans.
Oh, of course.
It's not molasses-based. It's actually ketchup-based. But I'm a
Yeah.
fan of it, though.
I-
I like it.
There's one of the
Heinz
famous English
57
things is baked
ketchup
beans
beans.
on toast,
Yeah. Yeah.
which my wife makes me once in a while. And
Really
it's
is,
delicious.
it really is tomato sauce-based.
Yeah.
You know?
It's really, really good.
Yeah.
The fish and chips, I got spoiled. I went to Alaska a couple of summers ago with my dad for about 4 weeks, and had fresh halibut fish and chips up there.
Oh,
And then I went to England and had them, and obviously they paled in comparison. But hey, fish and chips with a good Guinness in the middle of the day, can't beat that.
Flop got checked around. Turns a 4 of spades.
Gerhardt's got a pair of 4s. I think he's got... No, there. Ollie's got a pair of 5s. This is one of those, whoever bets it's going to win it.
No one bets, and the river's a 4, so Gerard hits trip 4s. And why not put a bet in here? I mean, it's going to make it look like you're
without a
stealing.
doubt.
Yeah. He's not going to get called.
No.
Well, it's maybe not so much the fish, Dave, but the chips themselves. Like I said, they're like big steak fries. They give them to you like in this like paper bag. You throw salt and vinegar on them. It's just great. And then you've got battered sausage that you can buy there at the fish shop too.
Yep.
That's really something. You can't get that over in this country.
No,
That's
no,
a
no.
heart attack on a stick.
Okay,
Deep
exactly.
fried sausage.
Heart attack on the stick. I like that. I like that. But bangers and mash, that's where you got me. That's one of my favorites. And bangers, for anybody who doesn't know, that's basically a sausage.
Right.
And it's just...
Well,
absolutely
shepherd's
delicious.
pie with kidney, proper kidney as the beef is good as well.
Have you ever had Bubble and Squeak?
No.
Bubble and Squeak is actually, it's kind of like yesterday's leftovers. And pretty much it's like Brussels sprouts and mashed potatoes mixed together, and it's absolutely delicious.
Really?
It's really good. I've actually had it in a good pub.
Seat 1 here is raised pocket jacks.
How rude of Gerard to actually interrupt our conversation of proving pocket jacks. Gosh.
Well, I mean, the game has been so thrilling.
We'll get back to my Bubble and Squeak in a second. I think Gerard's going to take it down here.
Yeah,
And he does with pocket jacks. Back to Bubble and Squeak. Actually, I had this in a pub, and it was absolutely delicious. Get up in the morning, you have a little thing. Then you have this great Guinness or whatever it is. You got a couple of beers in you, a couple of pints, and the Bubble and Squeak, and they serve it with it's kind of like almost like an Eggs Benedict with Bubble and Squeak, because they'll put the eggs with hollandaise sauce and mashed potatoes and the leftover Brussels, and it's with a couple of Guinnesses, it hits the spot. I tell you, really good.
Again, I wasn't as exotic where I could actually eat the sausage blood in an English breakfast.
I've never had the sausage blood either.
Sausage blood.
Well, back to the poker here. We are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman here with Bart Hansen.
Hey, we give it to you all here live at the bike.
Exactly.
Actually, I think they serve boiled dinners here on Thursday nights at the bike, which is actually Irish.
Boiled dinners?
Yeah, like a boiled corned beef dinner.
Oh, right.
You know?
Well, the bike, actually, the food here is actually it's great because they cater to so many different nationalities. I mean,
Right.
last night I had a delicious lemongrass Thai soup, which is I think it's Tom Yum Goong.
Yeah, I've had that before.
It's like a
yeah.
shrimp and lemongrass. Really good soup. A little spice to it.
Ali's got pocket kings here on the button. And this is tight. This table's really tightening up because I just saw someone lay down the ace queen there in early position,
And this is
like it was nothing.
Yeah, you can kind of see the transformation of a game like this. Sometimes people sit down in a game and they go, okay, I'm going to play it this way because these are the kind of players it is. And you can see in a course of an evening, the game will go through kind of a metamorphosis in the sense of, sometimes it'll be passive and loose and then it'll tighten up and then sometimes it'll get really aggressive. And one player or two players can really change the whole dynamic of a game. And you need to change your style and adapt to the table, obviously, if you want to be successful. I mean, right now would be a good time to raise and keep picking up these blinds, wouldn't it?
Seat 5 is raised out of the small blind. He's got ace-king offsuit. Made it 50 to go. And we haven't seen George, seat 6 there,
George, yeah.
George play a hand, have we?
Oh, he just mucked a ragged ace.
But, I mean, we haven't seen him play a hand for the last hour. He sat down and hasn't
Yeah.
played.
He's patient. He'll sit there for hours until feels like he's got a good grasp of it all. Table and that is. And this is the third hand in a row that's been raised pre-flop, and we haven't seen a flop.
Bad for the casino, as it's only a 50-cent drop. But no flop.
Oh, well, Denny would appreciate our subject tonight, our food talking.
Yes, he would.
Without a doubt. If anybody's eating the... there he is. Denny. Well, you can look at him, and if anybody's eating the foods of the world, it's Denny.
Pocket queens for seat 4. He raises.
And everybody folds.
And everyone folds. So to that, Dave, that's 4 in a row now.
4 in a row.
Okay. 4 no flops.
Now, it turns out in the last 4 hands, somebody's picked up a hand. It was pocket jacks, pocket kings, pocket queens, and ace king. And nobody else has gotten really anything much to play with. A lot of professionals often say that one of the biggest things to being a successful poker player, a winning poker player, is not only improving your game, but game selection. And what might you say about this game, in the sense of
I think it would
profits?
be a great game to play in.
Right, it's pretty passive and
Yeah, absolutely.
pretty predictable.
Yeah.
Not too many people making moves.
I mean, like you said, you like to put that. Sometimes you put that mini raise in late position, and then just bet.
Well,
You know?
yeah, I mean, because there's not many moves here. I mean, everybody's pretty much, they have it, they bet. If they make a monster, they slow play a little bit.
No. Rod's got pocket tens, and I think this is going to be 5 in a row, Dave, out of the big blind. 5 times in a row.
Wow. This is like a tournament.
Dave, once we see the next flop, I'm actually going to leave for 5 minutes.
Well, your break might not come tonight.
Right.
Hey, and this is part of poker, you know. I mean, it's a $15 pot, and with a little range, you're taking it down each time. Why not?
Pocket aces for seat 3. Oh, pocket
Uh-oh.
jacks for seat 4. Okay, we'll see a flop this time.
Well, we'll see.
Ali's made it 50.
Now, what do you do with jacks? Now, this is one of those interesting things, because if you smooth call with jacks, you get to see the flop. If you raise with jacks, obviously,
Yeah.
you open the betting up again to the first raiser.
Well, the way that Ali has played, you know, if I knew the cards that he's played, if I had watched the show, Dave, I might muck jacks because he's linked in with ace king. But jacks is re-raised to 150, and he's in big trouble.
Now, this is the case. Now, if you're Ollie here, and you've already got it heads up, do you want to maybe slow play it? Well, I guess not.
He re-raised it 100. And jacks is going to call here. And we're gonna
Yeah, he only had $100 more.
Oh, wait a
no.
minute, he mucked it. I think Ali told them. We still haven't seen a flop, Dave. We got aces and jacks, and we still don't see a flop.
Yeah, well, that's...
He mucked it.
I was going to say, I mean, when you re-raise with jacks, and it's happened to me a few times where, you know, it's a fine line. Do I want to re-raise and take it now, or do I want to take the flop? Because if somebody re-raises my re-raise, suddenly my jacks don't look very good.
Yeah, that's 6. 6 times in a row.
But that time I have to call you.
I don't even think.
That's your blind.
Even if I tell you don't call.
No, then it's different. You tell me don't call like much.
Well,
That's your blind.
seat 6 now. George has got pocket checks. I think we might see George play his first hand.
And he raises to 100. Maybe not. We're still not going to see a flop, though, Dave.
That's a big bet.
Yeah. 7 in a row.
I mean, I'm actually really surprised by the size of these bets. The blinds are only 5-10 in this game, and the blinds are 10-20, I understand. But we're talking about raising 10 times the big blind? I mean, what are you going to get called by? Raising it that much.
Big blind.
We're at 7 and counting. Ace Jack, Ace King.
And this is one of those cases where George has Ace Jack.
Let's see, George's got Ace Jack in early position. Is he going to play it? Oh, he's going to raise it, Dave. Wow. Ace Jack offsuit under the gun.
I bet you we're not going to see a flop here either.
No. Sharif's going to call with Ace King.
Okay, I was going to say, I thought maybe Sharif would re-raise it. And
look at this. Rod calls with Jack 10 offsuit there. Seat 9.
Wow.
And whoa, Steve's going to come in with 4-8 of diamonds.
I think everybody's excited as we are just to see a flop.
So we got about a $280 pot here, brewing.
Yeah.
4-10-5. Rod's picked up top pair there in seat 9.
See what he does. He's got position on everybody.
George has bet 100 into a $280 pot. Well, that really smells like Ace King, Dave, or a couple of overcards to me. Look at this. Ace King calls.
Wow.
And Jack 10 moves over the top all in. With Jack 10.
Well, hey, if you're going to play Jack 10, he's only got about $300.
Yeah.
You know, the pot's now $480. What's he going to do? Call it?
Yeah.
And George is in really bad shape here. Because a Jack obviously is going to kill his hand.
I think the
Rod's
pot's
got it.
about $1,000 now. Probably another $400 to call.
George is going to throw this away, especially with Sharif behind him.
455. 455.
And Rod takes it down there.
There you
Rod
go.
takes about a $450 pot down. I mean, if you're going to call pre-flop raise with Jack 10, well, that's what you got to do when you hit it your hand.
I guess. Except that you don't know your hand's good.
Well, especially he only had about $300 behind him.
Well, Dave, I'm going to step out for a little bit. See you in about 5 or 10.
Okay. Sounds exciting. Enjoy yourself. Well, Abraham's got Queen 10 suited here, Queen 10 of clubs in the big blind.
15.
And it gets limped around here. Oh, actually, seat 1 here with Jack 10. Gerard has made it $50 to go. And he's going to take it down. See Abraham throw away Queen 10 suited there. And Abraham here, he's got queens. Got a couple of ladies here, and he's in the small blind.
16.
And sure enough, he raises it up. Makes it $60 to go. Gets called in, wow, he got called by Gerard there. Gerard called with 10 deuce of diamonds. And let's see if Gerard gets himself in trouble here. Abraham's got top set.
16.
And Gerard calls quickly. He's got a $225 pot here. And with the makeup of the board there, Abraham doesn't really want to slow play. He doesn't know what Gerard has, obviously. And with flush draws out there, straight draws out there, possibility.
250.
250. Wow. And Gerard is drawing dead. Oh, wow. This is going to break him. I can't believe it. 10 on the river. Gerard has basically trapped himself. You know, it's one of those be careful what you wish for. You just might get there. And Gerard is he is up a creek without a paddle. And it was a scary board, but it's not scary anymore because now Abraham's got queens full. $450 pot bet into about a $600 pot. Let's see what Gerard does. Is he going to raise this now? He's gotten there now. He can't just call. Well, he thinks he's gotten there at least. I mean, he still obviously can lose to pocket queens, ace 10, jack 9. Yep. Oh, wow. $700 re-raise by Gerard.
900. It'll be one more. That's correct.
Oh, wow. He's just re-raised it $900. And Abraham's got to be doing flips. The only hand that Abraham can lose to here is pocket 10s. Oh, wow. And Gerard has re-bought in before. He had about $2,000 in front of him there. I'm not sure how much he has left here. We'll get that report right now. Well, Bart's going to kick himself for misses in this hand. And Abraham puts them all in. $3,000 bet. And Gerard is thinking about it here. This pot is, trying to get confirmation of the pot here, but we're looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of about a $6,000 pot. Oh, Gerard, he made him. He made the bed here, and he's got to sleep in it. Oh, wow. Gerard has only got about $900 left, I think. I'm trying to get exactly how much he has left. Wow, he's got $1,200 left in front of him. The pot is about, wow, the pot's about $3,000 in the middle. Abraham has re-raised another $3,000. So we're looking at literally, it's about a $6,000 pot, and Gerard's got about a $1,200 left to call. Oh, God. And what a night for Abraham. What a night for Abraham. And Gerard just takes a bath. I feel bad for him. Oh, wow. Tough break there. He actually hit his hand, and that's a tough break. The 10 on the river. He made a questionable call pre-flop. Obviously a questionable call on the flop and on the turn. Wow, and we're getting a report here. Gerard is probably down about $6,000 tonight, and Abraham is probably up about $7 or $8 grand tonight. Huge, huge pot there. And look at Abraham. He hasn't mixed things up at all. Abraham hasn't mixed things up at all. He's playing it pretty straightforward. He's raising it when he's got the hands. 2-pair sets, big pairs. And he is definitely our big winner tonight. Wow. And Abraham's only started the night with $2,000, and he's got over $9,000 in front of him right now. Nicely played by Abraham there. And I can't really defend Gerard's play there. That's what happens when you get in there with inferior hands. You know, sometimes you set yourself your own trap. And we're going to see a pot here, four-handed. It's a $40 pot. It was limped around. And Sharif's got top pair here. And Steve is going to call with deuce 7. He's got bottom pair. We've seen him call with bottom pair a couple times. He's got a backdoor flush draw here. Walter, we haven't heard much from him here. He actually has top pair also. Ace comes on the turn. It's got to be a scare card, and it checks around. And the river's going to bring a 10 of hearts. Oh, Gerard's going to be seeing that 10 on the river in his nightmares. And they're going to chop it up, actually. No, actually, they're not. No, they will. I'm sorry. The 6 will play. They both have a pair of jacks with ace 10 6 playing. There you go. It's a chop pot. And Bart stepped away for a second, but he is going to be kicking himself when he hears about the hand he missed. Wow. $6,000 pot that Abraham takes in there. Definitely the highlight of the night.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, you got smacked.
And wait where our dealer splits this pot up here.
So, yeah, Dave, I heard.
You heard, huh?
Yep.
Are you back from your blood sausage meal?
That's right.
Yeah? That's good. Yeah, literally, Gerard, I mean, I can replay the hand real quick to you because people at home, it was amazing. Abraham was raising with pocket queens. Flop came out queen 10 blank, and Gerard called him down the whole way with 10 deuce. Oh. And then when he caught his third 10 on the river, he lost all his chips. And obviously, Abraham had filled up.
So Abraham just continues to stack up those chips.
Oh, he's got over $9,000 in front of him now.
And I got to say that he probably didn't, from what I saw, he probably didn't slow play it that much either.
Not
right?
at all.
Yeah.
He bet it. Then the river, and then he got raised on the river when Gerard hit his third 10, and then re-raised him obviously all in. George and Walt here both have top pair.
And Walt bet there, and George raised him 50 more, and Walt's going to make the call there with Jack Rag. The turn is an 8. Check, check. The river's a 3. And Walter's going to bet here. It's $50. And I'm sure that George is going to make the call, and he is.
It's not a bad bet by Walt there, because I think Walt maybe thought George had either a draw, or maybe George picked up a 7 or something, and maybe it was a value kind of.
Yeah.
It also was kind of a stop bet in the sense of he was comfortable calling about a $50 bet top pair. So.
Well, Gerard really was he was kind of probably the weakest maybe player on the table, but it wasn't like he was an action player. That's why we kind of seen a lot of slow pots, you know.
He just made some questionable calls and I mean, right from the start of that hand, I said, let's see if Gerard can get himself in trouble. And sure enough, he got himself in a whole heap of trouble there.
We got a new player there in seat number 1. We'll get his name. Limp. Look at this. Abraham's limped with ace-queen in middle position.
Yeah, he's got an awful lot of yellow chips. Maybe we can change some of those in for purples.
Ace-3-king. Big blind has a king. And he's going to lead out. He's going to bet 20 there, Dave. And Abraham is raised here. There's a $20 bet. Abraham's raised.
Now, he's not privy to what we know about Abraham. Abraham's played it straightforward all night.
Well, Gerard mucks it.
And Abraham continues to play it
$8,000?
Straight and solid. Yeah, he's probably up close to $7,500, $8,000 tonight.
Not bad for a 5-10 night session, huh?
Yeah, not bad for any session.
I mean, that's going to be one of the biggest nights that we've had here, actually. Quietly, he has, look at that, 3 racks of white, 3 stacks of white.
He's picked up his fair share of hands. Obviously, he had 6s full. He's hit set after set. I mean, he had a set of 6s.
He's got paid off
9s.
with all his hands. I mean, you got to think. It's
yeah.
crazy.
He keeps getting paid off. And that's Kenny from seat 1.
Yep.
No relation to the Kenny from South Park?
I don't think so. Well, we'll see if he dies by the end of the broadcast. 9-7 queen here, a couple of diamonds. Abraham's picked up a flush draw. No one has a queen. Gets checked around. Well, turns an ace. Sharif's got ace deuce over there in seat 7. Look, he doesn't bet it, Dave. Wow. Doesn't bet it in position. And the river's a 4. And once I guess he's happy just to check the ace deuce down.
Yeah, I think so. That's going to be a new feature here, I'm hoping. It'll be animation night. We'll have animated players in all 9 spots.
Say hi to Dennis and Penapon.
Walter's saying hi to Dennis.
This is one of those tables where it's pretty straightforward. Not too much tricky play. I mean, it's almost difficult to lose $6,000. But Gerard has found a way.
Yeah. Well, it's a little difficult to win 7,500 at this table.
Yeah, you wouldn't think you'd get paid off as much as he has, but between Joe Wynn bluffing into him and Gerard calling him down with second pair and then paying him up with trips.
Now look at that. Steve raised there with ace king to his immediate left. Abraham mucked 5-6 suited. We're not going to see a flop. I think Abraham had it in his head that he was going to get up and change his chip, so decided not to play it.
Yeah, probably.
But Rod is in there with ace-jack.
5-4 would have worked out pretty well, huh?
He actually had 5-6 of hearts.
Oh, 5-6. I thought it was 5-4.
But he still would have picked up top pair, though. Steve has bet 50 here.
50.
Rod's going to make the call.
Now, Abraham hasn't really called raises with any kind of questionable, small suited connectors or anything like that.
Well, now he would have picked up top 2 pairs. Steve's going to check. Let's see what Rod does here. If he fires at it in position. And I was going to say, if you're going to call with ace-jack offsuit and under the gun raiser in position, boy, you would think that you would use your position here and bet on the turn.
It looks like he is.
250.
Wow, that's a big bet.
He's bet 250, and Steve immediately folds.
And then the bet works again, but once again, I keep saying I don't think he needs to bet quite that much and get the same result.
Green deck, please.
And as long as his bets are consistent, then it's okay. If he bets that much when he has the goods and then bets that much when he doesn't have the goods, it'll be hard to get a tell on him. And you look at Abraham there, he looks like this, young, unassuming, quiet guy. I mean, you can't judge a book by its cover. If I saw a guy like that at the table, I go, he doesn't look like a very good poker player. He looks kind of passive.
There you go, stereotypical Dave.
Well, that's the thing. Most players, they sit at a table, they sit down and you try to, you quickly generalize your players. And stereotypes, obviously, sometimes, start out and continue to go on. But you look at him and you go, he doesn't look like a player. But he's very solid.
Let's just think of what you just said there, and Isaac will flip back into our booth.
Yeah.
And let's take a look at you.
I know, without a doubt.
My God.
I love that. I use it all the time. Especially if I'm sitting at a table. If I'm sitting at a table, I got my hat on backwards. I look like a complete schmuck. You know what I mean? I look like, look at that young punk. He's a schmuck. And I love that. Because they immediately assume, okay, this kid's probably coming in with crap. He's probably...
And actually, I've seen you actually make a couple of moves that, not necessarily unethical, but I've seen you bluff a couple pots and then turn over in the first maybe couple minutes that you're 8 deuce offsuit.
Right.
Something like that.
Well, and I want to portray, if they're already looking at me and thinking, look at this young punk, young kid, he thinks he's like, he thinks he's all that, whatever he can do, I want to let them think that. Mm-hmm. So I'll show them that 8 deuce bluff.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the night I'll change up my game. But obviously you can't judge a book by its cover. I mean, sometimes you really have to respect all your opponents until they give you a reason not to respect them. Good little lesson there.
Looks like John Wong is going to raise here. He's got 7-8 suited.
John Wong, he's finally back in the game. Where's he been?
He's been eating an hour-and-a-half meal.
Wow. Well, we'll have to continue our theme of this show, find out what he was eating. He takes it down on the button. This is one of those tables you can't even do the mini raise because everybody folds to it.
There we go. New chip count. Abraham, 8,200.
Wow.
And you know the thing is that before that? Because he was at 8,000 before. I think that's before that hand, Dave. Because I think he's more. Well, I thought he had started with 2, and I thought he was up more than 6,000, but maybe he's only up 6,000.
Yeah.
Oh, he's at 5,700.
Okay.
Chip count. Okay.
And he won about 2,000, 2,400 in that last pot.
Well, the other thing too, if we can put that chip count back up whenever we get a chance. Now this table's played pretty passively. Look at the amount of money on there for a 5-10 no limit. Look at this. We've got 13, 16, 18, 19, 20, about $24,000 there, Dave.
Very odd, George. He normally likes to buy in for a lot of money and really cover everybody at the table. And seat 6, I want to make sure that he only has $800 in front of him. That's very odd for him. He likes to play. He plays big games, and that's really strange that he would have so little. Oh, well, there's a reason why he has no money. He's gotten up and left. And I think he's come to the same conclusion that we have about this game. It's a somewhat passive game.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't, now that Gerard has gotten up, there isn't really easy money.
It might not necessarily play into his style. Because he might not, he might just be tight and doesn't want to really mix it up.
Well, yeah, he plays very much like Abraham. He's pretty tight, he's pretty solid, he doesn't mix it up too much, and he lets other players basically make mistakes into him. And obviously, it's very important to know how your own, view yourself and see, be honest with yourself. Is this a good game for me?
I think Ali was the raiser there, Dave, and John's picked up top 2 pair.
But Ollie doesn't. He's not going to bet unless he gets something.
Oh, and it goes check, check. Yeah, John trying for the check raise. Well, a 10 comes. That's going to give Ali an open-ended straight draw.
Mm-hmm.
75.
And John is bet 75 here.
You got to bet it now. That kind of board.
Yeah. And Ali doesn't even chase the straight draw.
And Kenny's moved over to seat 9.
Kenny looks like the guy from South Park, though, a little bit. Just got to put a hood on him. Oh, look at this. Got the guy from last night there, Dave. I don't really remember his name off the top of my head.
Russ.
Is that the Russ? That's right, Russ.
Russ.
55.
And there's a rumor, I'm not sure, but I hear he's a lucky guy.
Really? Where'd you hear that from?
Just from the neighborhood.
A little birdie told you?
A little birdie told me he's a lucky guy. He might be dating somebody that's very nice.
Oh, really? So we're not talking about poker here.
No, exactly. Once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman here with Bart Hansen, playing 5-10 blinds, no limit hold'em. Minimum buy-in is $500, unrestricted maximum buy-in. We're going to welcome Russ in seat 1 and Tony, local professional poker player, in seat 6. It's funny, there used to be a saying in Vegas that, any game with a tie in it is a good game. And that was obviously referring to if a businessman with a tie would be in a game, it was a good game.
Yep.
But Tony likes to play poker in a tie. And he's a pretty good player.
Does sometimes have trouble getting away from big hands, kind of like you let, where you might call them with a suited connector in position because if you hit your hand.
I learned that the hard way, actually. I was playing a 300-500 game with him, and I tried to bluff him. And,
well, Tony should know that he needs to... Oh, there his cards go on the table. And he looks like he's got Jack 10 there. He's flopped trip 10s. 4-10-10.
welcome to the table.
And look at, he's checked it. And Walt's going to bet.
And Rod there in seat 8 actually now. Walt, I think, has gotten up and left.
And Tony is just check called here, Dave. The turn is another 10. Oh, wow.
That's going to make it even. But the problem is, with a pair of 4s, though, there's a lot of hands. I mean, pocket 7s can beat you. Pocket 5s can beat you.
Board's now 10-4, 10-10. And the bet here is 75. And again, Dave, you said it earlier, if he's just going to check, he's going to raise now because he's out of position, Dave. Because if he's just going to check, call, and then bet the river.
It's the equivalent of check raising anyway, right.
So he's check raised to 75 here, and 9 comes on the river.
Rod called him.
Yep, Rod called him.
And how much, Tony started thinking, how much can I bet?
He's going to bet 300.
And that's probably too much.
Yeah, it's too much. Well, I mean, if you look at the way that the hand went out, Tony does tend to slow play a little bit. Oh, wait a minute. Look at Rod. Rod's going to make the call.
No,
And
really?
Tony shows 4 10s.
Once again, straightforward play. It's paid off.
Well, yeah, he didn't really play the hand that straightforward, though, Dave. I mean, he was kind of in position. 2 diamonds on board in the flop. He checked, called, turn, at least he check raised. But I might have put some money in there because there's no guarantee the button's going to make a bet there.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. And let's do a quick little go through there. We got Russ in seat 1, John Wong still in seat 2, Ollie in seat 3. Seat 4, we've got Steve still. Seat 5, we've still got Abraham. Seat 6 is now Tony. Quad 10s there. Seat 7 is still Sharif. Seat 8 is now Rod. And seat 9 is Kenny. And I'm David, and you're Bart.
There you go.
And I hope you guys listening know who you are. If you have any comments or questions, please email us at live@thebike.com. We do read them on occasion.
I want to say hello to all our viewers there in Uruguay.
Uruguay? Do we have a contingency?
That's
in
right.
Uruguay? We do, okay. Wow.
80 more.
John Wong is raised to 80 here with ace-jack offsuit.
Nobody's got much of anything, but let's see how these players play it. Wow, Rod is going to call with Queen 8 offsuit.
We have quite the contingency in Montevideo. Dave, down
Really?
there. Yeah.
Have you ever been to Uruguay?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Curious.
3-3-6. Couple of clubs.
John got that deuce 7 of clubs out of there. It's one of the points of raising there. You get rid of that garbage. Sometimes.
Bet.
Bet 100.
Yeah, and Rod has played it somewhat questionable here. He's going to fold.
Yep. Actually, I believe that, speaking of South America, I think my wife is trying to plan a trip to Peru.
Really?
Around Christmas time. She's already told me that she's going with or without me.
Bet blind, please.
So,
Well, if you go to Peru, you'll have to make a stop in the Galapagos Islands and see those turtles. Because it's quite the sight.
Oh.
Off the coast of Ecuador.
I'll keep that in mind. I don't think I'm going to go.
No? Why not?
I mean, I'd just rather go to like Lake Tahoe and go skiing or snowboarding.
Oh, you've got to travel around, Dave. Come on.
Raise 45 total.
$45 raise here on the button. Russ has got Jack 10 offsuit. He's going to take it down.
For all you tournament fans, if you're relatively close, we have our Legends of Poker tournament going on all August. Today's tournament was a limit hold'em event. We had 228 entries, $114,000 prize pool, and first place was $42,000. That's going on right now. Tomorrow's tournament also starts at 4:15. It is a no limit hold'em, $200 buy-in with multi-rebuys, and it's a $100,000 guarantee. So first place is probably going to be about $50,000 tomorrow. and you can win that for just 200. Nice parlay, huh? If you can do that.
Absolutely.
When you look at it this way, Abraham's had to work all night, and he's only gotten 2,000 to 8,000. You can turn 200 into 50,000.
And John Wong looks like he's going to raise here from seat 2 from the button.
60 total.
Made it 60 to go. Don't quite know what he has there. And look at this. Tony's going to limp call with king queen off suit there, Dave. I don't like it.
He
So
might be playing the player. Maybe he's
gonna-
playing John.
We're going to play this one in the dark for John because we can't see what he's got. 8-3-8 here on the flop.
I'd imagine this is going to go check, bet, fold.
Yep. That's
And it
exactly what
does.
happened.
That's the power of position again.
Oh, he had pocket sevens. He showed us after the fact.
That's the power. But in the end, it doesn't really make a difference what he had. He showed strength. Tony missed his hand. Tony's got a check, and then John bets it.
I just don't like to play that hand out of position. I always
No.
say it time and time again.
If you hit your hand and you're going to win it, you're probably going to win a small pot
Right.
or lose a big pot. Our main event, the Legends main event, is actually going to be starting on Saturday, August 27th at 4:15 p.m. And for $5,000, you have a chance to be crowned a World Poker Tour champion.
70.
Pretty exciting. It's actually going to be a 4-day event.
All in.
Look at this. John Wong has raised to 70, and Rod has pulled the limp re-raise with pocket fives. And that's, well, I was going to say
Ron
that's...
doesn't have much money, though, does he?
Yeah. Maybe he thinks that John just got a couple of high cards.
He's right.
380.
John looks like he might call here. But I don't see how you can make this call with King Queen, Dave, because again, you go through the range of hands. If he's got pocket fives, you're a little bit of an underdog. But if he's got ace king, aces, kings, or queens, you're a giant underdog.
In
Ace queen,
right?
too.
In a tournament, sometimes if you're a big stack and against a
Yeah.
small stack, you can make this call.
Yeah,
But in a cash game, you're looking at it going, at best, I'm 50-50.
right,
At best, I'm a small underdog.
right.
At worst, I'm dominated.
50% of the time, I'm a small underdog. The other 50% of the time, I'm at least a 70% underdog. Usually,
Right.
that means that you're not going to make that call. When you're only getting about 1-to-1 for your money. But he's going to make the call. What do we know?
He's gambling.
Now look at Steve's got pocket fours. He's going to muck.
And it's pretty much a race here. Let's see what happens.
One of the kings is dead, Dave. I can see that. And one of the queens is dead.
Okay, well, Rod's got about a 65-35 advantage then.
Yep. Huh, there's another queen.
Oh, there you go.
Right off the bat. Turn is an ace. Rod's going to have to hit a 5. Doesn't come. Ugh. And the board just kept getting worse and worse.
Yeah, John felt like gambling, and he did. And knocks Rod out. Now, in a tournament, there is some equity in the sense of knocking out somebody, because obviously for every player you knock out, you're that much closer to winning first place. So in a tournament, it's actually not a bad call at all.
How about in a
sometimes.
bounty tournament, too?
Oh, then definitely, because then there's obviously even more so. But in a cash game, I'm not sure what the pot was, but to call 350 to win,
No, like I said, he wasn't, barely 1-to-1.
Right, exactly. And Russ moves to seat 8 there.
Maybe 1 1/4 to 1.5 to 1 on his money.
So how's Syracuse football going to be this year?
I've actually abandoned them.
The Orangemen?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, in terms of football, I lost interest when...
Well, Pasqualoni, their head
Pasqualoni,
coach, was just
yeah.
miserable for so many years.
yeah.
35.
Now, Sharif has picked up a flush draw.
And he's bet it.
I
Look
don't
at that.
think
Abraham's got a queen. Wow, like he's going to muck. So Abraham plays it pretty tight,
Yeah, well, I mean, looks at it. I mean, if he had a bigger kicker with the queen, maybe he calls, but There's just too much out there. King 10's a straight. You know, if somebody else is a queen, it's probably going to be a chop pot.
New player coming in to seat 1. It's Alex, and he's coming in for 700, so very, very short, Dave.
Well, you see sometimes players win some money in the smaller games, the $100 game, the $200 game, and then they'll take a shot in this game. You know, they'll turn the 200 into 700, and they'll come in here and see if they can, you know, have a magical night like Abraham has.
Pocket 7s.
$60.
For Ali, he's going to make a call. John Wong's coming in for a raise with ace-5 of clubs. I believe that Sharif's got pocket 9s over there in the small blind. He does, and he's going to make the call.
I think John is actually playing the players now. He's kind of seen it's a passive table, tight table. He's trying to take control of it.
7s, 9s against ace-5. You know what? If he bets here, Dave, I don't know if he might not get Sharif off of the hand with pocket 9s. But look at this. Ali's going to come out and bet with pocket 7s.
And I like the bet.
And that might get Sharif off of his hand. So instead of Ali check folding or check calling, he bets, and that might win him the hand. Because if Sharif has been paying attention, well, now he's going to make the call. John Wong goes out.
Now, I would guarantee unless Ali hits a 7 here, it's going to be go check, check.
Well, the other thing too. Oh, and look at this. A jack comes on the river, and it just goes check down. You know, the other thing too that Sharif might have noticed there, Dave, is the fact that even if Ali had a jack in that spot, if you make one call, you're going to get 2 free cards. Because we haven't seen Ali basically continue to lead at anything past the flop. So.
Well, that's what. It almost makes sense to call him. Because half the time he might have 7s, like in that case.
Right.
And the other half the time he's going to give you a free turn. I mean, free river anyway.
Right. Free turn and river.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And pretty much if Ali keeps pushing at the pot, he's got the goods.
Yep.
But at a table like this, it seems like it's good enough to take the money home.
Wow, Ali is limited with ace rag over there in seat 3. And he's hit the rag, 7 deuce 8. He has ace 8. Tony has jack 7. See if Tony can get away from this one on the button. Yep.
Come on, call me. Not with the 6 high, I don't think so, Ali.
Yeah, the 6 high, well, yeah, out. Go ahead, straight.
6-3. Like I get river and straight.
We are webcasting here live at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, California, about 10 miles south of Los Angeles.
If you want to watch this show in the future or any other show that we've done, somewhere around the range of 1,000 hours, you can sign up for the archives. Click on the on-demand banner, lower right-hand corner of your screen. $14.95 subscription gets you all of saved action. And Steve has got pocket aces. He's going to raise to 50. John Wong's going to come in here with 3-4 suited out of position. I don't know if Steve has enough money for him to make that call. 10-10 jack. John's going to check.
Bet 200.
Steve's bet 200. And John is going to muck. And I think that's a great example, Dave, of how you can tell the fact that usually with a connected board like that, if someone had an overpair, they're going to bet big. And if they don't, they're probably going to bet a little bit smaller than that. And in that case, Steve bet pretty big there.
Yeah. The pot was only about $120, and he bet 200. So, only going to get called if somebody had a 10 there. In that case, probably. But John, that was an odd call by John, though, in the sense of obviously he's got plenty of chips, but Steve in seat 4 doesn't. And if you're going to call with a small suited connector like 3-4 of spades, you really want the implied odds to be huge. You want to be able to win a big pot. If your opponent just doesn't have the money, then it doesn't make sense to do it.
Seat 8 here is raised to 100. Got pocket 9. And he's going to take it down. Look at that. Kenny's going to the wine. Our first alcohol of the night there in seat 9. Someone's got to go out and buy some shots for this table, Dave.
Someone's got to buy a shot for us.
Yeah.
I tell you, Russ
Don't
is...
you think Russ looks
is-
like-
He's just cool.
No, he looks like he looks like a 70s. You know, he's like that 70s. I guess star. I
mean, look at that, though. He's just got, like... I mean, he looks like he's, like, off the motorcycle, you know, wind-blown hair and everything.
$50.
He just looks cool. Man. You know, when I grow up, I want to be Russ. Abraham's got jacks here.
Yeah, he brought it in for a race.
Okay, maybe not.
And he gets called by Sharif and Steve. One overcard to the jacks. Let's see how Abraham plays this. Queen 6-8. Couple of diamonds. Well, he's going to check it.
And he's pretty, like I said, he's been playing straightforward. It's amazing he's won this much money. And everybody checks because nobody has anything.
No, he's going to throw 15 in now. Look at this. Oh, I just don't like that by Sharif.
Nah, if you're going to bet it, you got to bet it on the turn, on the flop.
And if you're going to call here, you should raise. Let's see the river. River's a 6. That's probably just going to get checked down there now. Look at that. That's a perfect bluff card that Sharif picked up there on the river, Dave. And he just checks it down.
Well, and Abraham pretty much played it completely straightforward. You know, the jack, he raised pre-flop. The queen comes out. He goes, oh, I don't like the queen. Okay, let me check it and see what everybody does. Oh, everybody checked. That means nobody has a queen. Okay, I'll bet it now. And look at that. Can we just keep that there? Can we keep that there the entire webcast? That would be really nice. Oh, and he's gone. Just like that.
Ooh, pocket aces here for, looks like Tony, seat 6.
Let's see how Sharif's got king, queen of clubs.
Someone else has got a 8-9 suited. Oh, Tony chose to limp. He didn't get the re-raise, Dave. And let's see if he's smart enough. Oh, 10-9-6.
Look at Sharif's hand. Sharif's flopped a monster. Now, obviously, he has the straight flush draw, but Steve has the jack of clubs, so.
Look at this. Russ calls with 8 now. Now, if you're Tony, have you figured out now you've got a big bet and 3 callers? Do you get away from the aces now? That's a very coordinated board. I have no problem with just mucking right now, Dave.
No, there's a lot of hands. 7-8.
He does have the ace of clubs in his hand. That might be the only thing that might make him stick
right.
around.
7-8 is already there. Mm-hmm. You know, somebody easily could have 10-9. Sharif's got overcards plus the club draw. He's going to push. Looks like.
Wow. What did they say? Don't go broke in an unraised pot, Dave.
Well, I think he's going to get a lot of these players out. Let's see what happens. And I got to tell you, Sharif's draw is big enough. He can move all in.
That's what he's going to do. And now Tony knows that he's not good.
I got to tell you, I mean, Sharif might lose this hand, but it's not a bad play at all.
No.
With overcards, club draw, and a straight draw. Certainly better than just calling.
Now, do you think Tony should get away from this now?
Oh.
Unraised pot.
Wow. And Tony is still a favorite, not by much, but he is a favorite.
Now, let's see how much more it is here to call.
But it's an unraised pot.
35.
Dave, it's about $1,100 pot, $450 to call.
Yeah.
Between $1,000 and $1,100, $450.
I got to tell you, with $450 to call, I might call there too, thinking if the guy's got 10-9.
Yeah, you can get 2 pair.
I can get 2 pair.
Running clubs.
Like you always say, you got to put him on a range of hands. What kind of hands might he have here? The only hand you don't want him to have is a set of 10s, a set of 9s, or obviously 7-8. He has a straight already.
I think Tony's going to get away from it. Yep.
Nice play there by Sharif. That's an excellent
he
play.
shows the semi-bluff.
And Sharif wasn't really that much of an underdog. He's got 9 clubs plus 3 other jacks.
Right.
He's got 12 outs.
Plus, I mean, even then, he's got overcards to the board. Now he didn't know that Tony had
obviously
an
he can't put Tony on aces.
Right.
That's a nice play by Sharif.
That's why they make you.
And there you go.
Pay to see
That's the reason for raising with a big draw like that and not just calling.
Well, I mean, Tony wasn't under the gun. He was in second position there, and he limped.
Yeah.
And maybe he was expecting John Wong to raise, but no one else has really been doing any pre-flop raising besides C2, so...
Tony's only been here for about half hour, so I guess he didn't have a real good grasp of the table yet. You know, I didn't know if Sharif had it in him to move all in there. That was a great play by him.
I gotta tell you, I might not have made that move just because it was Tony making the check raise, and I have to put him on a minimum of top two pair at that spot. I didn't think that he would make that move with an overpair that was limped around.
Right.
I learned something. King 9-4, all spades, it gets checked around. The turn is a queen of spades, and John Wong's got the only spade over there in C2. He's in position with the 7 of spades. Look at that, he's gonna bet it. He's gonna bet $20.
He takes it down. And the important thing about betting that like that, the reason Sharif moving in there is so important is, especially in a no-limit game, is if he just calls a 200, he's only going to see one card. And then you know that Tony's going to really push hard on the turn. And now suddenly, check called twice, and you've moved yourself all in. And obviously then you have to hit your hand. And Sharif gave him the opportunity. Now he has a chance of either A, he can hit his hands, or B, maybe Tony will throw it away.
I think part of the reason why Tony check raised in that spot, Dave, was that the board was so coordinated. He said it doesn't really give him the ability to throw a feeler bet out because anyone's going to call him 2 clubs, 10-9-6. So he decides to check raise and see if he can knock everybody out.
I agree with you, without a doubt.
Jack 4 queen here. 2 hearts on the flop. Flop gets checked around. The turn is a deuce of hearts.
35.
And now Sharif is going to lead here with King Jack. Second pair.
That's a nice bet there. Take it down, Sharif. Yeah, I like what you're saying there. When the pot's only $60 or so, and you're in early position with aces there, what can you bet? Maybe you bet $100, maybe you bet $75. And anybody with a draw is going to call you. So the check raise there is, without a doubt, it's. You were talking about that the other night, actually. You said that's the time and place you want to do it. Either that, if you're bottom 2 pair, you might want to check raise there. Take down the pot right there and then. Look at that, just when you said Tony couldn't get away from big pairs.
Pocket jacks for seat 3. Ali. And he's limped in here, Dave, with them. And pocket 8s is going to raise to 100. So John Wong limped in seat 2. He's got Jack 10 suited. He's going to call. And Ali's not going to re-raise. He's going to play conservative. He calls with the jacks.
And he's in great shape.
Yeah, he's in great shape, but he chose to limp with the jacks. Wow, 10-5-4. What a flop for John Wong. Top pair and a flush draw.
But this could get John in trouble.
Steve is going to bet. John? But look at this. John Wong check raises all in. And I was going to say that once he check raises all in here, I think Ali's going to quickly move away from the hand.
Wow.
John, he checked it with the intention of check raising. He did, and I think that knowing how conservative Ali was, it didn't surprise me that they laid down the overpair.
Oh, no, without a doubt. But Ali was actually a pretty good favorite there. I mean, John is only drawing to the 10 or the clubs.
Well,
obviously,
of course, he doesn't.
Jacks are shared.
Right.
That's a real gutsy play, especially with Ali behind you. But that's John Wong. It's the reason why he's so successful in tournaments. He is aggressive. He is fearless. He's a nut. An excellent, excellent tournament player, and obviously having a great year. You don't see that often here, where somebody goes all in.
4 players.
Got 4-way action here, limped around. Ali's got top pair, and he checks it, Dave. King 7 Jack. The turn is an 8. Now he's going to bet. Well, Ali really
35.
plays it conservatively.
Yeah.
63.
He's bet 35 here.
When he puts a lot of chips in the pot, he wants to make sure he's got it. And part of the reason I think sometimes he wins a lot of pots is because players know he's so tight that they check raise him a lot, knowing he'll throw it away if he doesn't have the nuts. And then obviously sometimes you know, they bluff into him when he does have the nuts and he gets paid off.
How many people? Up there have 2. They have 2 tables. Oh no, how many tables?
Haven't heard much from Alex there in seat 1. New player. He's in the big blind right now. The button is in seat 7. Russ is taking a break in seat 8.
Sometimes they have higher limit.
It's always no limit.
Yeah, most time.
Sometimes it's 10-20. 5, 10, or 10.
Before they have a 30-60 limit.
Very rarely.
Yeah. Now they have most of the yeah, most time no limit. 6 player.
7 deuce 3. 2 diamonds. Pot was limped around. Seat 4's got top pair. Steve's going to bet with 8-7 offsuit. Going to bet $70. But John Wong also has top pair, and he's got a better kicker. And he chose to check it. And he's going to, looks like let's see if he check raises or check calls here, Dave.
No, it's free when it's flat. They want to look back.
Obviously, when you're playing 7-9, you're not necessarily looking for a flop that's just 7 high. You know, top pair. But, ooh, the turn's a club, and now he's picked up a draw again.
Yeah, well, he's got the best hand and a draw now.
Now let's see if he's going to check raise again. Now it goes check, check.
And his kicker will play with the deuce and the 3 on the board.
River's an ace. And it's just going to get checked down here.
And John's 9 will play here.
7, 9 play.
And once again, this is Hold'em, so you play your best 5 cards, no matter how many in your... You can use either 0, 1, or 2 in your hand. So in that case, they both had a pair of 7s. Ace, Jack. And in that case, John had a 9. The other player had an 8.
Maybe this one will be the future tournament. You never know. Future tournament. Future tournament, they have like.
They're not allowed to put the tournaments on.
Final table.
$100 raise here. Steve in seat 4. Got ace king suited. And he's going to take it down probably. Oh, look at this. John Wong's going to come. He's got Jack 10 suited, Dave. Wow. 8-3-3. Let's see if he gets crafty here.
Crafty.
Well,
I like that
it
word.
goes check, check. Now a 7 of hearts comes. And Steve's picked up a flush draw. And it goes check, check. He takes another card. And now a queen comes. And Steve's picked up the nut flush. And John figures he might have to bluff at this one to win it.
100.
And he bets 100, Dave.
It's not a bad try. Obviously, it's not going to work in this case. Oh, look at the acting job. Give him an Oscar. Jeez. Shaking the head.
And he raises. And John quickly mucks.
If there's ever a tell, I'll tell you, if somebody shakes their head in disgust, looks really disappointed, does the whole acting job, and then raises you, well, he's got it. In most cases.
Well, you know, it's funny. We saw Alex Powers do that when he was on in the ESPN Limit thing last year. He had flopped a set. And he was just shaking his head. And then he check raised the flop.
Right. It's I can understand if you want to get the guy to bet. You know, you're shaking your head, you look like you're disappointed, and the guy bluffs into you. Okay, then you raise him. But if you're going to look like you're disappointed and then you raise, it's like, it's just really obvious.
Absolutely. Oh, we got a limped pot. Here we go to the flop. King 10-8, 2 clubs. Tony's got a flush draw over there in seat 6.
Check. Let 50.
And B movie star Russ bets with the weak king.
I knew I recognized him from somewhere.
And Tony's going to make the call. Turns
And
to
look
4.
how Ollie throws away his open-ended straight draw without even thinking about it with the 2 flush on the board.
Now, Tony's picked a pair up now, too. He's checked. Russ has bet 100.
I don't mind the bet there by Russ because he, even though he has no kicker, there's so many draws out there like Jack 9, clubs, Queen Jack, that he thinks maybe his king is still good, and he's right.
Oh, look at this. Tony's just going to call here. The river's a 3.
And that's a nice check there by Russ. That's smart. I like to bet on the turn, make your opponent pay for his draw if he has a draw. And then when he calls you on that one, there's no point in betting the river.
And then he pulls the cigar out.
My king? His king. Yeah, it would have been good. I didn't have a king. He had the king of diamonds. I didn't have a king. If I had a king, I would have been in that pot.
His king was good.
His king was good, yeah.
Kings and queens, you look so much alike.
You got nothing if you didn't have a kicker.
Better kicker than 2.
I know.
I'm sure he had a better kicker than 2.
You got nothing.
Lively group here.
Nothing like getting a massage from your wife there. You had your wife come and play behind you and get a massage.
I gotta tell you though, looks like a kind of weak massage. Can we get back there? She's done with it already. Let's see. She was using like 2 fingers, and then she was like, "Okay, I'm done. Make more money."
Blinds up this. Blinds.
The Bicycle Casino is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And we've got all sorts of games. We've got stud, poker, stud high-low, hold'em, pie-gow poker, California blackjack. If you want to play
poker.
it, we got it. Chinese poker.
John Wong is raised here. He's got ace-8 offsuit. And he's starting to kind of run over the table, Dave, which kind of really plays right into his style.
Well, he's adapted his style. He's adapted himself to the. I mean, even though he's always aggressive, obviously, he's adapted himself to this table. He's seen how the table is, and why not run over it?
You wonder if his wife doesn't like him playing poker, or if she actually supports him. She seems like she's having a good time.
Yeah, obviously, it looks like she's definitely supportive. And that's for any professional poker player. It's really, really important that your significant other supports that. Because there's ups and downs that come with this this profession.
So your wife supports it?
100%. You know, if I come home and I've won $1,500, well done. If I come home and I lose $1,500, okay, get him next time, no problem.
Look at this, a raise, and John Wong calls with ace-7 offsuit. We've got ace-king and ace-queen. And Wong's just probably playing the position here, Dave. And no one's hit the flop, so if it gets checked to him, I would imagine he's going to bet.
He's got position.
I mean, we're dealing with some passive players here. And he's going to bet $80.
Yep.
And look at this, Sharif Muck's ace-king.
And that's the reason John's starting to open up his game a little bit. He's starting to play more hands. He thinks he can tell.
And there you go. Exactly.
I mean, not only did he have the second best hand, he had the third best hand. Howard Lederer actually credits. He said that after he got married, he really credits his wife as a stabilizing force. And when he's playing, it always keeps him from playing really silly because he knows he's got to support his family. I hear word that John Wong's wife is actually a hairstylist, and she aspires to actually work at the bike.
Really?
Yeah. We have a hair salon here, and maybe John can pull some strings and get her a job here. One thing that's great about the Bicycle Casino, you can literally come here, get your hair cut, get your nails done, play some poker, get a massage, eat food.
Well, you can tell. I mean, her hair is, it's bleached. Looks pretty professionally. Queen 9-5. Russ raised here with pocket 10.
Ollie's got a set of fives.
Yep, Ali did not bet the 5. And look
Wow.
at this. Steve's picked up a set of 3s, but it's a third club.
Raise 300.
Now, Russ, he's bet 100. Ali has raised 300. The only thing that might save Steve here is the fact that it was a third club. But if Steve doesn't have much more...
No. Let's get confirmation how much Steve has left. Surprised. Ali
didn't bet the flop?
Yeah, I mean, that kind of board. Queen 9, I mean, somebody could have Jack 10.
Well, the funny issue was if Steve had a lot of money in front of him, if he went over the top, would Ali lay his hand down?
Yeah, without a doubt.
You
And
know?
it looks like he's got about $600 or $700 there.
It's a $100 bet, $300 raise. And he's going to move all in. So now you wonder if Ali's going to call.
No, I don't think Ali's got enough to get away from this, though. I mean, he obviously doesn't want to get away from it.
Well, Russell's going to muck.
825.
825, so it's 525 more for Ali to call.
Call.
Pot's about 900.
The pot's actually about 1,100. He calls, and the river's an 8, and Ali's going to take it down. Yeah, Dave, the pot was at that point, before the re-raise to 525, you've got 300, 300, and 100, 700. And then you've got plus 525, so it's actually about a $1,200 pot, 525.
So 500 to win 1,200.
Yeah.
So you're getting about 2.5 to 1. If the guy has clubs, you still can redraw to a full house. If he doesn't have clubs, then you're in really good shape. So not a bad call. And obviously, and there's another case. Ali quietly goes about his business and wins another $1,600 pot, $1,700 pot, right? Actually, $1,800 pot, sorry.
2,000 behind. 2,000 behind.
And Steve's going to rebuy for 2,000 behind.
And interestingly, had Steve had the $2,000 on the table 5 minutes ago, he might have won that pot because Ali may throw it away.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Well, that's why I said it about 2 minutes ago.
Once again, though, your point of having enough chips on the table to make a bluff or to get somebody else off the hand shows up there.
50, 2,000 behind.
Steve's picked up pocket 9s now. And I think he's raised to 50.
10 more.
Oh, and Ali's going to call with the suited ace-3, and Kenny's got ace-king.
3 players.
So three-way action. Set of 9s right off the bat for Steve. And he's going to check it, Dave.
It's 2 sets in a row for Steve. Let's see if he can win this one.
Excuse me. Steve has bet 100. I thought he said he had checked it.
Bet 100.
You know what I mean? It's not the DMV. Huh?
Kenny's had a couple of big aces. Ace-king, ace-queen. He's had no problem throwing them away when he doesn't hit.
Well, we got our first post in over an hour on 2+2. It's going to kind of slow over there tonight. Remember, we had about 20 pages of posts a couple of nights ago, Dave. It was a record, but it seems like everyone's either sleeping or doing something on a Saturday night here. But Kev Math said that with SU's new football coach, of course, Kev Math is from Syracuse, there'll be a competitive 7-4. And Syracuse is in the ACC now, right?
No, they stayed Big East.
Oh, excuse me, I was confusing them with Boston College. Yeah.
Bite your tongue. God. No, they stayed actually Big East there. So hopefully they can turn their football program around and make Jim Brown proud again.
Jim Brown, of course, played lacrosse. Syracuse is always very competitive in college lacrosse as well.
Perennial powerhouse lacrosse. I tell you, for
nothing like having to compete against great athletic schools like Johns Hopkins.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the lacrosse is funny. I mean, it's like Princeton, Syracuse, and Johns Hopkins. It's like and Maryland. It's like, where do these guys come from? It's amazing. Syracuse football, while not an acclaimed program,
UMass is pretty good too.
Has really turned out their fine share of football players. I mean, Marvin Harrison, who plays for the Indianapolis Colts, and Donovan McNabb, and obviously and Jim Brown. I mean,
Donovan Darius used to. I don't know if he's just kicking around the NFL. Yeah. See, one is bet. He's raised to 125. He's got pocket 10s.
First we've heard of him.
And he was in the big blind. Welcome to the table.
That easy?
Thank you.
Somebody gonna assist you.
So, new player there, seat 1, Alex.
Hello, everybody.
Well, I guess we're getting word that Steve bought it in for another 2,000, Dave.
Loosen up.
I don't know if that's...
On me?
Huh.
No? Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it's another 2000. I think it's just the original
the
2000.
original 2000. Okay.
C3, please. Oh, no. I don't pay for that stuff. No, I don't pay for that stuff. No, not calling you.
Rocket Ishmael.
No, you pay for that stuff. Anything
Actually,
else?
Quadri Ismail.
Cadre Ishmael.
Rocket
excuse
is
me.
played at Notre Dame.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like
Cadre
communism.
Ishmael.
Come on, man. No non-alcoholic beer. Come on. You change your report. No. That's like communism, you know? Anything besides that.
Limped around here. 7-way action. King 5-3.
Check.
50. The bet is 50.
Steve has bet $50 here with the king. I don't think anyone's going to call, Dave. Actually, seat 1 calls there with 5-6 with middle pair. Alex, we haven't seen much of him. And he's going to check it. And Steve checks behind him. I mean, if you call my bet on the flop, what do you have?
Well, how about
And
that?
look at that. The river's a 6. 2 pairs. Spikes 2 pairs.
See a nice little value bet here.
Bet is 85.
Well, he has bet $85 here.
At least he bet it. I've seen so many people go in there for their second pair and then check it when they hit.
And he's going to get called.
And Alex takes down a pot. Other great Legends of Poker events this month going to place. Next Tuesday, actually, August 16th, we have a charity golf invitational at the Rio Hondo, which is a local golf course. And
Dave and I will be playing.
yes, exactly.
Come down and say hi.
And it's actually a really good deal. You get some food, and you get a gift, and you play a tournament. It's
Best
$45.
Best ball scramble format.
And it goes to charity. And then we have the EO World Championship, actually, next Thursday, August 18th. $500 entry. Stud High-Low and Omaha High-Low. And then in late August, obviously, we get the big event starts, the main event.
Well, here we go to the flop. Limped around. Queen 9-10. Steve has flop bottom 2 pairs in seat 4.
That's not a flop you can mess around with.
No.
2 spades connected like that.
I mean, I will even go so far as to say, let's see what Abraham does here with the weak queen. I don't even really want to call here in the spot with people behind me with that flop, especially with an early position.
Nah, I mean, even if you hit an 8, you don't want it. I mean,
he's played pretty smart tonight. He's
Yeah.
going to get away from this one. Yeah.
he's picked his spots real well.
And look at that. John Wong immediately mucks Queen 5 as well. Yeah. I was going to say, 9-10 there. If I bet and get raised big, I might throw the hand away.
Oh, I mean, somebody has King Jack, they've already
Yeah.
got it. Anybody with a Jack, I mean, there's just too many draws out there.
Yeah.
So scary.
Do you want to take that against someone with a pair and a jack?
Right,
It's
exactly.
just-
No,
it's-
especially in early position where
it's
you don't know where you're
way
at.
too vulnerable.
Button is in seat 2. Blinds are 5 and 10. We're playing no limit hold'em here. Unrestricted buy-in game.
Russ has raised to 45 here.
Looks like John might re-raise here. And he is going to re-raise.
Yeah, he's got pocket tens. He's raised to 150 more. And now I think if you're Russ, you probably want to muck here.
This is one of those cases where John could have done. He easily could have called, see what happened on the flop, or raise it and take control of the pot. And this is what he's chosen to do.
But Russ looks like he's going to come in.
Yeah, this is a hand. Tough to play king jack offsuit out of position.
Yeah. Queen 6-9.
Interesting here. Russ needs one of John's tens for a straight.
Russ checks. John bets 200. The pot is now 500. 200 for Russ to call.
And it just doesn't make much sense. You're going to call with a king jack offsuit and then check, and then throw away.
Keep your B-movie career.
Other good events for later in the month for Legends is we have the Jerry Buss Charity Open here.
Frank Mariotti.
Frank Mariotti, thank you. It's the Celebrity No Limit Hold'em Charity Open. It's for charity. 10% I think of the prize pool goes to charity, and it's a $3,000 event.
Do you have to be a celebrity to enter that?
No, there's actually a celebrity buffet before that. There's also a media event invitational. There's a media event invitational that day as well, which is a No Limit Hold'em event. And anybody that actually enters the Jerry Buss charity gets the buffet. I wonder if we're considered media. We'll have to talk to our producer. And the final day here, actually, of the Championship World Poker Tour event is going to be on Wednesday, August 31st. And that'll be a filming day, so if you're not in it, you can come down and watch.
Well, we're going to see a flop here. Limped around once again. 10-10-3. Looks like the ace highs are good here, Tony and Sharif. Good John Wong, though. He's going to throw a bet in here in position. He's bet $20, Dave. And look at that. He's bet 20 to win 60.
And that is the...
And he actually shows the bluff.
That is the perfect example of what I was talking about before. When we saw Rod before trying to steal a $70 pot by betting 125 into it. And there, you see John steals a $70 pot with a $20 bet. Obviously, you can do the math and figure out you want to risk as little as possible to win these pots. And in that case, $20, that's all it needed. That's all it took to take down a pot. Well done by John.
Pocket queens here for Russ there. Dave's new boyfriend. Will someone on 2+2 wrote, who's that Russ guy that Dave's talking about leaving his wife for?
45.
Who was that on 2+2 that said that?
Whalecock.
Whalecock. Good to know.
Russ brought this one in for 45. He's going to get smooth called there by Kenny. Kenny actually has ace-king, not pocket aces. And Sharif is going to come in with 7-10 of clubs.
What's the difference? Ace-king, aces?
Well, he's hit top pair. King-8 jack. Russ is going to bet here with the queens.
150.
He's bet 150.
Yeah, Sharif's got a gut shot here.
Let's see what Kenny does here with the ace-king.
What was the pre-flop raise? I'm sorry.
It's 45, so the pot's about 150 now. So now the pot's 300 after that bet. And he's just going to smooth call. So now the pot's 450. Wow, surprised he didn't raise there. Turn is a 5. 7-10 would have picked up a club draw. He's bet 200 down. Now the pot's 650. 200 to call, Dave.
What do you do here if you're Kenny? Do you just check call again?
You mean just smooth call?
Yeah, smooth call again.
What is raised?
No, he's going to raise it.
300 more.
He's going to raise it 300 more, Dave. And now Russ takes the cigar out of his mouth. Oh, no, puts it back in there. Quick replay of that.
Kenny was a little crafty here. He decided to wait till a turn to raise it up.
The pot is now 1150, 300 more to call. Oh, there we go. There's a great shot.
Yeah, and if Russ puts him on ace king or king anything really, he's only got 2 outs. What other hands could he put him on here though? Because it's really weird the way he played it. I mean, might you put him on 9, 10 of clubs or something like that? You know, he had the straight draw, something like that, and then the club came and gets a bigger draw. It's odd that he didn't raise the flop, you know, with ace king.
Right.
I mean, it is a somewhat coordinated board.
Oh, Russ's secret is been given up. See, it actually looks blown over, but it's actually the comb over. Look at that. He's got
the comb over. Okay.
He's got some thinning. Oh, look at this, Dave. He's going to make the call. We got a $1,600 pot, and he checks blind, which means Ace King's definitely going to have to value bet here, Dave. I would think.
Yeah. Especially
and
with
that's
a 4
a
of hearts.
great river card.
That's not scary.
And now Kenny moves all in.
And I think he's got about a $500 more, $600 more.
So the pot now would be $2,200, $600 for Russ to call. And the pot was $1,600, so that all in, that's a good value bet anyways, because you only have $500 or $600.
Well, I'm trying to think of some hands that you might put Kenny on. If you didn't put him on ace king, the only other hand I could think of is maybe like a 9, 10 of clubs.
Right.
I would say queen 10 of clubs, but obviously Russ has the queen of clubs, and he knows that.
Ooh, and he gets away from it. And I think he was hoping just for a free river there. But, I mean, if you put the guy on 9, 10 of clubs, you know, he's not going to give you a free river if he misses his draw there, right?
Well, if you put him on a draw, if you check it blind,
right.
There's no way he can do that. I mean, it might not have been a bad time to throw a little stop bet in there if you really wanted to get a showdown.
Yeah. But I don't think Kenny had enough. I mean, what's the stop bet? He's got $600 left. The pot's $1,600. $200?
Yeah, maybe Kenny just gets confused and calls. Who knows?
Yeah.
In all honesty, probably the best move was to bet, and when you get called, shut down. Queens are just queens, you know, one pair.
Dave, what do you think about the NCAA coming down and ruling that all Native American related names and mascots must be taken out? I think it's by the end of this season.
I think it's a bunch of bull bleep. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous.
The Seminoles.
I gotta tell you, I'm so fed up. I mean, everybody in America, we're all
the Warriors.
Everybody's so sensitive now.
The Savages. I think they were talking about, was it Oklahoma? Not Oklahoma State, but
how about the
AA.
The Illini? They were considered. It's like, come on. I mean, I don't want to offend anybody, but at the same time, it's like, can't we all just get along?
Now it's a fun part. Everybody wake up. You're on TV.
Five-way action here.
Who? Me?
Deuce 5-10. Steve in seat 4 has got a flush draw.
I think John's still got the best hand with sixes, huh?
He was the original raiser. Now it's going to get checked around. The turn is a 7. Now Alex picked up the best hand in seat 1. But Russ is just going to make a bluff at it with bottom pair.
Hey, why not give it a shot?
It could work. No one has top pair here.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Now, we saw Alex make this call before, and it wasn't... Now I know, Dave, it wasn't he was making that call to hit 2 pairs. I think he's just confident with middle pair.
Yeah.
He calls with 6-7.
Well, the way this hand was played, you wouldn't put the guy on it, you know? If you had a 10 and there's 2 hearts out there, you'd probably bet it, wouldn't you?
Well, Steve's out back there in seat 4 with the flush draw. Action is on him, I believe. No, and I think he's made the call, and Tony's mucked. And here we go to the river. 3 ways. The river's a 9. And that's no help for anyone. Alex has got the best hand, and this one checks
Russ
down.
is going to have to fire again.
Oh, and here you go, Dave.
That was kind of a shrug of the shoulders, and I'm going for it. What's he representing there? When the 7 of turn came out, when the 7 came out, he liked his hand. What's he representing? 2 pair, maybe?
$350 total bet there. Trying to figure out what the pot size is. Oh, and look at that. Alex is going to muck there, and that's a good bet by Russ.
Well played by Russ. If you're going to bluff at it, you got to continue at it.
And he shows the bluff.
Yeah.
Fair deuces. Fair deuces, that's all. See? We're having fun.
And I don't know if that can make Alex over there in seat 1 too pleased.
Good answer, good answer.
That is one fair. 10 years.
Yeah?
Everything.
Does it? I'm going to do it twice already.
How about that hair right there, Steve? Seat 1.
No comment.
I'll go look it up on the internet. I can figure it out.
Alex is having a good time here. He's had a couple of drinks.
How do you know that?
I can see a little scotch, I believe that is, on behind his left shoulder.
Do you enjoy a good single malt scotch? Glenlivet, Glenfiddich.
Yeah, it's not bad if I'm in the mood
Macallan.
for it. You know, I got to be honest. I'm not a huge fan of hard liquor. I'm more of a beer guy myself. But once in a while, though.
Why? It's okay.
I believe John Wong is raised here under the gun with ace deuce suited.
I guess you can call me unsophisticated, but you know, wine and beer is usually good for me.
Kenny's going to call over there in seat 9 with ace queen, and Alex is coming in with the gap suited connector, 7-9 of hearts.
Kenny didn't raise, did he? Just called with ace queen, huh?
He did. He just called on the button. And look at this. He swapped trip queens. Queen, queen, 5. And John Wong's going to bet 100 here. He's betting a little bit under the pot. Pot size now is 250, 100 for Kenny to call. I mean, do you just call here? I mean, it's a rainbow board. There's no draw. And I think that's what he did.
And John's done with this, I'm pretty sure.
Obviously. Turn is a 9.
Now, if I got to be honest with you, if I'm Kenny and I know, I like the check behind too.
Actually, he checked in front there.
Oh, he did? I thought he was on the button.
No.
I don't mind the check one more time. See if John will fire again.
Oh, no. I mean,
Nah.
John's not stupid.
Well, and now you throw a little value bet in there, but obviously. And hope he hit his king, you know?
He's going to bet 175 into a $350 pot, dude.
Well, I think he's really hoping, obviously John's got nothing here. He's hoping John had ace king, you know?
But anyways, get back to that Native American mascot conversation. Got the Seminoles. Trying to think of other things off the top of my head.
Well, I know the Red Storm. I mean, St. John's has done it a long time ago.
Right.
St. John's Red Storm now instead of the Redmen. I heard the Illini idea. I was sick of it, but hey, if it's offending somebody, I guess we don't want to offend anybody. I just think as a whole,
except on this show.
Well, I don't mind
in terms of poker.
If I'm offending somebody, then too bad. But no, in all seriousness, though, if I just think that as a whole, we're a little bit too sensitive, you know. And
You know, one of the other things about the bicycle casino, Dave, is the security here has got to be some of the best security in the whole casino industry.
Well, there's a good segue.
And the surveillance, too.
Oh. But we do have good security. I won't mention other casinos in the LA area, but there are other casinos in the LA area where if I leave with a lot of money at night, I don't feel safe. Generally here, I feel pretty safe walking through the parking lot if I have a little bit of money. I mean, security will walk into my car if I want them to.
Look at this. Alex is going to call a bottom pair with an ace.
If it's dark out, they'll even hold my hand.
And Steve is going to call. Steve's got a gut shot. Sharif bet there with top pair. Russ called with a gut shot. Alex called and Steve called. Turn is a queen. And now Steve has got top pair and a gut shot.
And Alex has picked up the nut flush draw.
And it gets checked around, it looks like. Here we go. What's the card in the river going to be? It's going to be a king. And it looks like...
Now
Russ
got
has
it.
picked up top pair now.
It's funny. We went from passive tight before to now it's like passive and loose.
Haven't seen Abraham play a hand in a while now, dude.
Nobody had it.
And there we are. Abraham now, he's only lost $100 since the last time we saw.
Now, John Wong, let's figure out what he started with.
They raised 50 on the flop, but I
I believe John Wong started with about, he started with a lot of money, probably close to $6,000, $7,000. Yeah, I was going to say.
Started with 7,800. He's actually down for the night?
Well, remember he lost a big pot to Abraham earlier on when he had
Right.
he had King Queen to Abraham's King 10.
And he also lost a big pot with Queen 8 against, I think Sharif and flopped a straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, Walter.
Walter.
Right. Walter, our earlier player.
Seat 2 here is raising to 165 out of the blind position, Dave. He's got ace-8 offsuit. Wants to pick up the limpers. And wait, has John Wong started drinking some drinks? That's the real question. Kenny's got a Jack-9 offsuit over there. He's going to mark.
No one called, right? No. Did somebody call that call?
John's going to take it down here. I mean, the only thing that I find with the Native American mascots being banned by the NCAA in during the NCAA tournament is if somebody really wants to, you can almost find something offensive with any mascot or any name or anything. I mean, you look at that stupid little orange ball that the Syracuse Orangeman is. Hey, somebody could say, "Oh, that's offensive."
Do you know
to
what
me.
that actually represents? What an orange man is?
What is
a lot of people think it has to do with the Ulster Protestant sect of Northern Ireland. It does, but actually, Orangeman almost represents Scotsmen somehow, and it's
Well, there
actually a
you go.
Scottish reference.
So who knows? Maybe the Scotsmen will come out and they'll be offended, and we'll have to get rid of our Orangemen. I mean, it just where does it end? But I guess in this this politically correct world that we live in, we can't offend anybody.
Pot is limped around. Queen 8-3. Couple of clubs.
I guess one great thing about being on the internet is we don't have to worry about offending anybody, do we?
We do not have FCC regulation. All right, maybe I stuck my foot in my mouth there because maybe they'll take it over at some point, but not right now.
And Ollie looks like he just smooth called there.
Yeah, it looks like John Wong bet and Ali called with pocket nines. That's very conservative. And now Ali hits a full house on the river.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's too bad John doesn't have a flush, because he was just bluffing.
Did Ali just go all in?
I think he did. John checked. I think Ali moved all in, hoping that maybe he had something. Actually, I think they might have just checked it down, Dave. I don't know why.
Ali checked? Oh, there's a friendly game for you.
Yeah. That's a new one for you.
Oh, I see.
Actually, I think they actually checked it down, or they said that we were going to check the river.
I see, okay. One of those times you're really hoping John has a 3 or a flush.
Did you think Abraham has that, what's that guy's name who's the stud player from AC? John
Nick
Franco?
Francos?
Nick Franco's look going on a little bit?
I haven't seen Nick that much. I've only seen Nick on TV a few times. So.
Yeah.
But that jersey look going on?
Of course, like I said, I saw him at the World Series of Poker wearing the NBA All-Star East jersey, representing. Yeah, yeah.
Well, Abraham's going to play this pot. He's got pocket 3s.
It was a $20 raise. And it was actually by Tony, I think.
Oh, my God. Call the presses. Abraham did not hit a set.
King 9-8. I don't think I don't know who the pre-flop raiser was. Gets checked around. The turn's a king. Third spade on board.
If you got Jack 9 here and you're Tony, you got to think your hand's good, right?
Well, he's going to bet. 50.
Good bet there. I like it. You don't want to leave somebody in there with obviously there's a queen out there, there's a 10 out there, an ace. No point in leaving somebody in there and get lucky on you. And Tony takes it down. $80 pot. There was a recent broadcast, actually, of Nick Francos was on ESPN, obviously.
Yeah, one of the circuit events.
And they showed him, Eric Lindgren had raised an early position with, I believe, with kings.
Yes.
And then Gabe Kaplan moved all in with jacks.
Yep.
And then Nick Francos actually threw away queens. Pre-flop.
Yep.
And I was talking to my father about this, and he played poker a long time. And he still plays poker, but he grew up playing stud.
Right.
And doesn't quite know the value of Hold'em yet, and he's still learning. But couldn't believe the guy laid down queens. And I was trying to explain to my dad why it was such an easy laydown.
Yeah.
And I was like, even though Eric Lindgren is obviously a very aggressive player and could have any range of hands,
right.
For Gabe Kaplan to move over the top on him, he's got one of 3 or 4 hands. And I said he's either got ace-king, aces, kings, queens, or jacks. And I go, the only one you can beat is jacks.
Right, right.
So queens is not, even though it's a huge hand, in that case, it's actually a great laydown. And I don't think that difficult to lay down.
That is 40.
Sharif here is bet 40 with a limped around pot with an open-ended straight draw. I love the bet, but Steve has the same hand in seat 4.
Yeah.
I like that bet there with the ace on board. Because let's see if Tony's going to even call. He's in early position with ace rag.
Yeah, and this is out.
But look at this. Alex calls with the bottom end of it. Now, see, Tony mucks with a bunch of callers there, the ace rag in the blind. So we got 10-jack, 10-jack, and 6-7. Turns a 4. No one. Oh, Alex has got a club redraw.
Check that round.
Gets checked around, and the river's a 5, and 6-7 makes it.
There you go. And Tony easily lays down that ace. You can see with 3 callers, it's just why even pick that spot? Look at Alex kind of looking disinterested. Whatever.
Looks like he's got some kimbap back there, Korean dish in a box.
150.
He's going to bet 150. Looks like Alex has kind of an accent there, possibly Russian, slight Eastern European. I mean, we take them all here at the bike.
Yeah,
We don't discriminate.
I'll tell you one thing. It's really amazing when you can sit down at a table, and you can sit down with a couple of Mexicans, a couple of guys from Eastern Europe, a couple of Persians or Armenians, and the eclectic group of people that we get here. Vietnamese, Korean, all that. It's amazing. It really is.
Douchebag from Boston and douchebag from New York, upstate New York, too.
Right, exactly. Oh, wait a second. You're talking about me.
It's like Alex is raised to 40 with King 10 off suit. Russ is called here with King Queen.
Two players?
Oh, there you go. Alex has flopped trips. And Russ has got a gut shot. Sorry, Russ has got an open-ended straight draw.
Yeah. He's got King Queen. Not a bad flop for King Queen.
Yeah, I don't like the paired board, but...
And I don't know who bet there, if it was Russ or Alex, because sometimes Russ will come out firing. And now the turn's a king.
Wow. Well, Russ is now drawing dead.
And Alex is going to continue to bet here with the King 10. And Russ is probably going to call over top here in a gut shot.
Oh, now he's got a gut shot, and he's got a...
Or open-ended, excuse me.
Yeah, open-ended, and he's got a top pair.
Well,
but he's drawing dead.
Yeah, we got about a $600 or $700 pot here. And the river is a king. He was drawing to a chop, is what it was,
wow.
Dave.
What a bad beat for Alex.
Why you tell me what to do? I know what to do.
What a terrible
Drawing dead
beat.
to a chop.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? The case king, who knows that was going to come out.
And Russ has actually checked it. He's checked the river.
Don't even bother putting your money out there. And that's amazing.
Oh, what a bad chop.
Amazing. You know the interesting thing here? We were privy to about 44 cards, obviously, because we see the 4 cards on the felt, and each player had 2 cards. And out of 44 cards, 43 of them would have given Alex the win.
Right.
And only one, the king of clubs,
right,
would have given him a chop.
Only Laskin.
Wow. Talk about a lucky river. Because I'm not sure if Russ would have gotten away from it. You know.
Well, yeah. I mean, a perfect card would have been a 9 or an ace.
Oh, without a doubt.
River.
I mean, what if just a deuce comes out?
I mean, you get a 9 or an ace. I mean, I'm Alex. I move in. I mean, absolutely.
Oh,
move in.
without a doubt.
Yeah.
But if a deuce comes out and Alex bets $300, Russ might very well call. Wow, that was literally 44 cards and only one bad one for Russ. For Alex, I'm sorry.
And Dave, this is going to be the last hand of the night.
There you go.
It's a little bit of on the slower end, but we still had fun in here, as we always do.
Well, I don't think it's been slow for Abraham, huh?
No.
He's our big winner for the night, up over $6,000 tonight. Here at the bike, we just give away money.
If I bet big, he call anyway. Maybe if I bet big on the top, then I don't make any money.
Sorry about that, boss.
Right, man. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Full
house, come on. And
Pot is limped around here. 5, 6, 7. Russ has got an open-ended straight draw. Sharif has a flush draw on seat 7. And Steve's got bottom pair. He makes the call. 3 players make the call. Or the other 2 people make the call.
Yeah, Russ has got a top pair, yeah. Base kicker.
Excuse me, you're right. Russ has got ace 7. Thought he was open-ended. Well, now an 8 comes, and now Sharif has a flush. And it goes check, check, check. And now the river's a 4. And it's a 1 line. Well, 7 of hearts would be a straight flush. And Russ has a straight flush. He's got the straight flush.
Russ is like, he is. I said he was lucky. I didn't think he was this lucky.
And he's bet 100.
Amazing. I was about to say that Russ was drawing dead, too.
I think Sharif is just, he can't figure the fact that, he's thinking, well, I can be beat by a king or an ace.
Well, if he had an ace of hearts, he'd lose his whole stack here.
Well, I mean, maybe. And I think Russ shows the 7 of hearts.
Wow, look at the last 2 hands. Russ has got 1 out the last 2 hands, and he hits them both.
7-9, yeah. 7-9.
Well,
no, but
that is going to do it for us tonight, Dave.
Yeah.
Welcome back to reality, buddy.
Yeah, there you go. I was zoning out there a little.
So, we webcast these shows every Wednesday through Saturday from 6 to 10. So we'll be on Wednesday. What is that, 3 days from now?
Yes.
Yeah. And I keep wanting to say that normally Wednesday is our limit day. So I'm going to make a real attempt to get in contact with some of the powers that be that set these games down, and maybe we can get that 30-60 game on Wednesday. Because it seems like people are asking for it on the thread. So hopefully we can do that.
We'll see what we can do.
All right. So we'll see you in a few days. For David Tuckman, my name is Bart Hansen. Good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.